Hi, horses. Hello. Uh, oh yeah. Girlfriend made the shirt about herself. Popping in the galaxy buds. It's time to go to outer space, baby. You interrupted me watching the coach stream. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just gonna wait a minute or two, and then we'll start talking to these. So, if anybody who doesn't know, we've got at least 10, I think maybe 12 Dr. K fans who are going to call in, give their response to the video. And kind of the ground rules are, if you want me to just listen and I won't say anything or respond or whatever, just like silently acknowledge what you're saying, we can do that. If you want me to argue and push back and defend myself, or I guess engage, like if I agree with you, I'll agree with you, and if I don't, then I'll engage. We can have it back and forth. Or if you have questions, you can ask questions. Um, I can't delay the stream for 10 minutes so you can watch Demon Slayer. More like Demon Delayer. What type of filtering have they been through? So I made this post in the Healthy Gamer subreddit and wrote this in the Healthy Gamer Discord. The post was removed and I was banned from the Discord, but I said just basically what I just said to you. Then I posted it as the pinned comment on the Dr. K video. Come to the Discord. The only filtering is every person has talked to Baby, my Discord admin, to determine whether or not they're likely to break TOS. So our only and to determine if they're just a Mr. Girl fan who wants to talk to me and not actually a Dr. K fan. So there are some overlaps between the fan bases for sure, but ideally we're definitely focusing more on people who are not a fan of mine or who feel very critical of the video or critical of me, and people who are not going to start screaming out gamer words, healthy gamer words, to try to get this stream taken down. How many people were denied? I don't know, actually. We can ask Baby. But I don't know. I have you at full volume. Oh, you guys are just talking about each other. Okay. Test, test. Do I sound okay? My levels are a little. Oh, never mind. I turned my gain down because somebody said I was popping, but I think that it's my interface was fucked up. So hopefully it sounds better now. So let me know if I end up. I sound decent, but maybe quiet. Yeah, I just turned the gain up. Tell me if I sound fucked up at some point. I'm always a bit quiet. Oh, well, I can turn up the I the red box. I know. I got to get rid of the scarlet. Oh yeah, if Dr. K wants to call in, he can skip to the front of the line, and I'm happy to address his concerns. Oh shit. Well, I already changed it, so hopefully it sounds okay. Okay. Yeah. My stream went down yesterday, but that hasn't happened in probably 2 or 3 weeks. So I don't know. I restarted my router, but we'll see. How do you reconcile wanting the interviews to stop even if he loses his license with your views on free speech? Um, he is a doctor and marketed himself as a doctor. He's known as Dr. K. He's using therapy skills that he's acquired. So if you consider doing therapy to be practicing medicine, it's practicing medicine without a license. So I don't see it as a free speech issue. Although I get your point. I mean, it is a restriction on speech because the medicine he's practicing is speech, like all doctors. When a doctor gives you medical advice, they're doing it by speaking. Most of what doctors do is speaking, but to regulate it, we have to label that as practicing medicine. So it's the practicing that's being restricted, but it is speech. So yeah, that's my view on that. I think he has to stop, though. That looks better. Okay. Okay. If he renamed himself to Mr. K, would that feel worse for you? I don't know. I just want him to fucking stop. I want it to stop. All right. Let's. Is the original stream with Melina posted anywhere? No, I think I'm gonna post that to my I'll post it to my second channel. I'll probably do that tonight or tomorrow. I'll have that up. The origin. I can imagine his application to be interviewed on stream makes those rejected feel terrible about their problems. Yeah. You say what your problem is and then you just never hear back. How often do you stream and what's it about when all this Dr. K stuff isn't an ongoing discussion? I don't know. It's not, I think my kind of goal is to be working on a project, make a video, and then stream about the topic of the video. And when I don't, like, I did a body image panel on Wednesday where I just had like 3 women talking about body image issues, and we just had like kind of a weird conversation about it. So I'll probably host different conversations about different topics that I find interesting. That it all probably relate back to my content in some way, but I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. I'm gonna. It'll be cool to hear the interviewee's intentions. You mean right now? We can ask them. We'll kind of ask them which kind of conversation they want to have, so maybe that will help us. Okay. Oh, yeah. I do an advice and confession stream every week. Every Sunday is advice and confession, so people call in and either confess to something or ask for advice. And then I tell them to go to therapy. All right, Dr. K fans respond. Office? Guess I'm supposed to go into the office. All right. Baby, I'm ready for the first healthy gamer.
Sounds good.
Hello?
Hey.
Hey. How's it going?
It's going all right. Just got off work. How are you?
I'm okay. Um, okay, so the choices I gave were, and we could do a mix of them if you want, but I guess to start, do you want me to just listen and you can sort of just have the floor, or do you want to have like a back and forth conversation where I kind of like argue or respond to you, or do you want to just ask questions?
I'd like to maybe start with my points, and then we can go back and forth after.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, cool. So to begin, a little bit about me. I'm a developer from California. I like a lot of Dr. K's content. I've found a lot of it to be valuable for me while I've consumed it, and I think that it's made me a little bit more aware of mental health, coping mechanisms, how to find a healthier coping mechanism, and these kinds of things. And I think that it helped me bridge the gap between not going to therapy and then eventually trying therapy. And so I found an amount of value in it for myself personally. On the other hand of that, I watched your video about Dr. K, I think a couple of them, and I agree. I think that he's absolutely violated ethical lines. Um, I don't know that he necessarily needs to lose his whole medical license. That may be the case. I wouldn't disagree if the licensure board decided that. I'm not exactly sure how that punishment should go. But my question, I guess, is if he didn't have a medical license, if he wasn't marketing himself as a Harvard psychiatrist, um, wouldn't there absolutely be a space for his sort of content and a demand for his sort of content on YouTube? And then that's my first question, kind of. And then my second question is, if so, what would Dr. K have to do in order to transition from wherever he is right now to get to that place?
Okay, and his sort of content would be you're defining as
Uh, me-
live therapy sessions, or
Not,
live conversations that would be therapy if a therapist was doing them, but is not are not therapy if it's not a therapist doing them.
I would say on one leg of that, he has some amount of solo content where he just talks to the camera about his ideas about certain things. And I think that there is absolutely a space for that. And then I would say that there is a space for meaningful or personal conversations, but it needs to be post licensure. Personally, that's how I feel about it. But I'm curious how you feel.
I guess my view is once you've been licensed, once you've acquired the tools and you have that doctor and people know you as Dr. K, even if you change your name to Mr. K
Yeah.
or Alok or whatever, rebranding, I would still say that you're still waving the credentials around at that point. Um, I don't think there's a way to come back from this and keep doing what he's doing. The
So
other
when you say,
content, the more educational content, for sure, you don't need to be a licensed doctor to talk about psychiatry or psychology. You can lecture about whatever you want on Twitch. But in order to have those conversations where you're digging into people's trauma, especially for the purpose of helping them, I think once you've acquired the tools and once you've been licensed and once you've taken that oath, I think that's a lifelong thing. Even if you get, even if the license gets revoked, I still think then you're just a doctor practicing without a license.
interesting. Okay. When you say that, that there's no way for him to come back from it, which I was kind of thinking about that before this. Maybe there is no way for Dr. K to do so.
Yeah,
That it's kind of been poisoned at this point, and I would kind of agree with that. Um, would it be possible for Dr. K to run, direct, produce Healthy Gamer without being in the videos? Like, could he be on the Healthy Gamer team, say post
yeah,
licensure?
I think so. I would. The problem is that he's twined himself so much with Healthy Gamer that it feels like it's a sort of parasocial carrot dangling in front of the audience of like you can get close to Dr. K. You can't quite talk to him, but you can talk to somebody who knows him and somebody who is trained by him. And I feel like if he like if you removed himself completely, like if he sold the company, I wonder what it would look like or feel like to the fans. It feels like it's really just about him at this point, but I don't know. That's just the sense I get.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I think that one of the big reasons that Healthy Gamer maintains a lot of the credibility that it has is that it's spearheaded by this Harvard psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a good thing, especially in the way that Dr. K's behaved himself after establishing Healthy Gamer. Um,
Okay. It
I
sounds like you
had,
basically just agree with me. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, yeah, I was curious about if this was ever recoverable. I think in general, I do mostly agree with you.
Okay.
Um, if I had any argument, it would be that maybe there is some sort of way that he could operate and provide at least these solo videos,
Mm-hmm.
say post licensure. Um, but I also agree that I don't know. I don't know that it would be the same, and I don't know that it is actually ethically viable. Because I'm not super duper familiar with the oath that you do take, and that being a lifelong
I guess I just mean
expenditure.
I think I yeah I'm not familiar with the rules about that either. It
Mhm.
just like logically feels to me like you're always a doctor and you're just either a licensed doctor or an unlicensed doctor. I guess that's how I think of it. But I don't know if that's how the medical board sees it or how the law sees it.
In the case of like
It
Dr.
might be
Phil,
it might be illegal to do that. Oh yeah, in the case of Dr. Phil, yeah, you're right. That's a good
he,
point because he just
he
gave it back his license and then kept going.
specifically he let his license expire. It was never revoked, so that could be like some sort of a weird thing there.
It's an
But he
easy way out.
does, yeah, he does provide some. It's not therapy at all. I think that's another thing that's good about Dr. Phil is that it's very clearly not therapy. It's
Yeah, there's
entertainment.
no there's not that kind of intimacy between him and the guest. It doesn't feel like they're connecting and forming an ongoing relationship. He's not saying, DM me if you feel suicidal at the end of the session, or saying, let's continue this, or establishing an ongoing therapy relationship with them. So, yeah.
So then, if you cross the T's and dotted the I's in the way that Dr. Phil did, then maybe there's some sort of a viable opportunity for Dr. K to do something similarly, or no?
I might find it objectionable and like criticize it, but I definitely, if he crosses the T's and dots the I's, and there's a legal, ethical way to do it that doesn't break the rules and instead marches right up to them, I might say like, well, fine, like, I don't think you should be doing this, but you are, and here's my criticism. Here's what I want viewers to go in knowing if they're going to watch this content, but I'm not going to petition to have the rules changed if he just to like I'm not trying to get the rules to chase Dr. K down and make it so whatever he does isn't allowed. Like if he does things that are allowed, then yeah, I will acknowledge that. But right now he's not, and I don't know that there's an ethical or legal way to recover from that.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think it's kind of up in the air. I'm really excited to find out what happens with the licensure and how this whole thing develops. I think that the crusade that you're on is a good one. And it's important that people are aware of it, especially if they get value out of it. I'd say they should be aware of that kind of ugly side of it.
Well, I appreciate that. I think we should acknowledge that you're sounding like a Mr. Girl fan more than a Dr. K fan in this conversation.
Yeah, I like some of your content.
Well,
I
thank
disagree
you.
with a lot of your content. I think that you do something valuable, though. I think that your thoughts are good and they're not super pro one side or anti another side. You have an idea and you're able to communicate that clearly, and I think you do a good job at that. I disagree with some of those ideas, but I think that you
Well,
have
sure.
that value in your content.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like this is gonna. What I don't. I want to avoid the appearance of, look, guys, all the Dr. K fans are agreeing. So I feel like we should end this conversation and bring on the next person, and possibly they'll be a bit more critical.
Sure,
Unless you
absolutely.
have any final thoughts.
Nope, no thoughts.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Max. Talk to you
All
later.
right. You're welcome. Talk to you later. Great. Well, thanks for coming, guys. I thought this went really well. And I'm so glad that the Dr. K fans, the Healthy Gamer community, is all on board with everything I'm doing and saying. And that's the end of the stream. Okay. Baby, I'm ready for the next one. baby. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, man?
It's going okay. How are you?
Um, I'm actually doing kind of fantastic, not gonna lie. Not what is it? 7 days until Elden Ring comes out, so getting pretty giddy at this point.
Nice. You're a healthy gamer.
Oh, one sec. The stream just went back on me. Let me just close that. Anyways, sorry. Uh, what'd you just say?
I said so you're a healthy gamer.
Yes, I am a healthy gamer.
Okay.
First, I kind of want to ask, should I call you Mr. Girl or Max? Which do
Whatever
you
you
prefer?
want.
All right, all
Whatever
right.
you're least
And you can
uncomfortable
call me
with.
Lenny. So nice
Okay.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Lenny.
Yeah. So I've been watching Dr. K since just a little bit before he started talking to Reckful. So yeah, big fan for a long time. I've got like a healthy gamer shirt, and so does my girlfriend. You know, the whole spiel. But
Okay.
saying that, I will admit that I have an extreme bias because of that, and I just want to make that clear.
Okay. So for this conversation, do you want me to just listen? Like, do you want the floor? Do you want to have a back and forth where I push back if I disagree with your feedback, or do you want to ask questions, or how do you want to go forward?
I think to start, I'll just sort of talk about how I feel about it, and then
Okay.
move into questions, criticism, and we'll just have a little back and forth about it.
Okay. So I'm not going to say anything until you prompt me.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
You're welcome.
So I want to advocate for peace. I can see the good in trying to help people in new ways, as well as the value in criticizing that. Um, I feel that the foundational intent of both of these is in serving the people that need help. So, with having a common ground like that, um, I'm there's a pretty big path to understanding. I think you've said more than anything that you want people to understand why you feel the way that you do, um, whether or not they agree with you. Um, at least, who did you say it to? I think it was Erudite. For me, I'm upset because people are dying who don't need to. People aren't getting the help they need. People like you, people like me, and certainly people like Reckful. Um, absolutely. I think almost everybody who cares about this for that reason.
Wait, Lenny. I just lost you.
Lost me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. You were saying everybody who cares about this cares about it for that reason.
Yeah. Whether they're stands or fans or just random people, this topic is really real to all of us. If you didn't know Reckful, you've probably known somebody like him. If by some miracle you're one of the like young adults living right now that hasn't had mental health struggles, like kudos, but you're probably the outlier there. Um, we're talking about mental health and suicide. It may get heated, but that's because it's really important. Um, and please forgive me if I'm reaching, but I think that's kind of how you feel, generally speaking. Um, I respect Max a lot for the values that he holds in his honesty, his authenticity, and trying to be a good person. And these are also things I try to stick by. And from what I know of Dr. K, the same could be said of him, despite the total chaos of attempting innovating on mental health, especially in this way. So yeah, that's just how I feel about it. We'll cut that there, and then we can start moving to questions and stuff. Just need a little water. One sec.
Yeah. Take your time. There's a lot of long awkward silences on my streams, so you don't treat it like it's like a radio show or something, or like a TV show. Like, you can take
Yeah,
your time.
I got you. I actually appreciate that. So thanks.
Sure.
So I guess I'll start with I'm kind of curious along the lines of the influence of artists and social commentary. So I guess the first question is, uh, would you say there's a power dynamic between you and your fans?
Yes.
And so does wielding this power incur any responsibility, do you think?
Yes.
Okay. And if at any point you feel like I'm pigeonholing you or anything, if you feel
You're
that is leading
you're
somewhere, just let me know.
you know that you're pigeonholing me, but that's okay. You're allowed to do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
We
I
can
just like
acknowledge that we can acknowledge that you're doing it though. But yeah,
that's kind of what
I
I'm getting
I'll
at.
go
Yeah.
along for the ride.
Thanks. So yeah, that if I've excuse me. So I'm not sure exactly what your wording was, but if you don't really feel obligated to that responsibility, is there a chance that it would cause harm, do you think?
Yes.
Okay. Um, yeah, because like I agree, it's a really weird, complicated dynamic, I guess. And I don't want to be like, don't be mad if you're mad. Uh, but yeah, I just found myself scratching my head a lot when you've been talking about like not really wanting to hold back whenever somebody talks about the potential of your fans going off or whatever. It's complicated. Anyways, I just found that a little interesting. Um,
I think it's important to be able to be angry without being destructive. I want to model that for my fans as well as I can. So if I get really angry, I'm really angry at Dr. K. So I made a video explaining my concerns. I have expressed my anger through tweets. I have expressed my anger in live streams. I have not, beyond the extent to which you find my criticisms of him insulting, I have not called him names. I have not threatened him. I have not encouraged anyone to do either of those things.
right.
I've not, violated his privacy or his space. So I think it's important. I get what you're saying, that when people get angry, they violate boundaries and rules. And the idea is pretty ironic that people are going to get so angry about Dr. K violating ethics that they will do something unethical themselves. And I want to model that, there's tons of recourse for me, I can go to the media, I can go to the medical licensing board, I can go to lawyers, I can go to other YouTubers, I can use my platform, whatever. Like there's tons of responsible ways to fight. Like it is a fight, but it's a what I want to be an ethical, responsible fight, and an ethical, responsible, lawful expression of anger. And so I get what you're saying, like you're scratching your head with me saying I'm angry, and I am in a way stoking anger in the audience and outrage in my fans and in Dr. K's fans, I think to some extent. But what I want people to do with that anger is talk, not harass, not attack, not to be malicious, not to intimidate, just talk.
Awesome. I don't think I could have said it better myself, not to frickin', you know, rub your back or whatever. But
Oh,
no, I think every time you talk about it, your response gets a little more clear. And I think
well, yeah, I think you're helping me figure out the best way to say that. So, yeah.
cool. I'm glad. Yeah, thanks. Um, yeah. The next thing I want to touch on is Um, so I just want slight nitpicky stuff. Um, let's see. Uh, right. So just some linguistic semantic stuff. So the definition of therapy. Um, I guess real quick, can I just get through a couple sentences here?
Yeah.
I think there are two different ways people use this word. One of them being like the legally and scientifically verified process of treating mental health, particularly in the form of discussion, uh, followed by the possibility of a variety of verified medical treatments like the OFISH, capital T therapy. And that's what you're talking about for sure. The other kind that people I find actually throw around a lot these days is more like, sorting out our issues, sometimes with help. The help sometimes comes from people, sometimes it's a counselor or psychiatrist, but it can be your friend, it can be rituals, music, or like a pile of kittens. Um, it's it's like a conflation between things being therapeutic and things being therapy, I think is what's going on. And it's definitely blurred the lines more than I think they need to be, but it's got people asking questions, so I don't know. That's all. That's all for that therapy thing.
Okay. Do you want a response to that, or do you just want to say that?
Sure. I mean, if you have thoughts on it, I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's a colloquial usage of the word, like pizza therapy, like basically saying things that aren't therapy are therapy as a way to say how they make you feel or that they're good for you. But I do want to push back that at the implication that that is what is happening here. If you went to a therapist and you said, I want your help with my depression, and they said, okay, come on in, let's sign your form, or a doctor, a psychiatrist. So sign the intake forms, informed consent. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start out with some psychotherapy. Have a seat. And then he says, so tell me about your childhood. And you tell him that your brother killed himself when you were 6. And he says, oh, what was the age difference there? And then he says, okay, can you tell me about you said you were depressed. Can you tell me about your history of depression through high school? You say, oh, yeah, I tried to kill myself. And he says, oh, okay. So, I have a kind of different way of looking at this. I'm not sure if I would call that depression. I think I might just say that your life is empty or meaningless and here are some strategies for different ways to looking at your life. I don't think that you would be sitting there thinking like, this isn't therapy. This isn't what I signed up for. If he
Yeah,
says,
absolutely.
how did lithium make you feel? Have you tried SSRIs? A conversation that's identical to the one he had with Reckful. If you had that conversation with Dr. K in an office setting, in a medical office or psychiatrist's office, nothing would stand out about that as not being therapy. You
No,
know?
yeah, if I had that conversation on the phone, if I was texting him that conversation, it would feel like therapy.
And I would even argue that it would be therapy. That if you go
Yeah,
to a therapist and you have that conversation, that is therapy. Whereas if you rub your face in a cat's belly, you can say like, "Oh, that's therapy. That's my therapy." But if you go to a psychiatrist and you say, "Oh, I'm depressed," and they bring out like a pile of kittens, I'm sure there's someone who's done this. But you would be like, "Oh, I meant actual therapy." But with
yeah,
what Dr. K is doing, I think most people would say like, "Oh, this is actual therapy." So
right. And the
there,
distinction that he has the doctor title is really what makes it so important to make this distinction, I think.
that and the nature of the conversation.
Right, of course. Yeah, the fact that he's actually practicing therapy.
Therapy. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to respond there because I didn't want to let slip the implication that the blurry nature of the relationships is due to our colloquial use of the word therapy or therapeutic. I really want to nail down that like it is therapy. He's saying it's not. He weaves in and out of therapeutic conversations. Like there's parts of the conversation that are clearly not therapy, like when he just starts talking about video games. But
Right.
for large chunks of the rectal sessions, it's pretty cut and dry therapy. So that's my piece. If you want to rebut, you can, or move on, and the floor is yours again.
My whole point with that was just I really wanted to and I don't disagree with you. Thanks for ironing that out, because as I said, I'm very biased, so that might seep through in my points sometimes or whatever. But yeah, no, that's a very good point. And let's see, what else was I about to say? I just really wanted to drive home the point that people not conflate those things, because capital T therapy, go to the psychiatrist therapy, is one thing, and while it may achieve the same or a similar purpose, who knows, who's to say, whatever, it's almost like a pseudoscience or something, where you technically can't say it's not working for somebody, what works sort of thing. But yeah, we're talking about therapy conducted by doctors. Yeah, and that's important. So I just felt like driving that home. The other thing I just wanted to slightly nitpick about, and this is more of a word of advice than anything, but when you sort of shouted to Erudite, granted it was a heated moment in the conversation, you were talking about abuse. When you shouted that she didn't understand what abuse was, I know what you meant, and I wasn't
You don't know what pain is.
right. I'm just saying, if you shouted that at somebody that had been abused, that it might be kind of hurtful, and that'd suck. I'm sure you know that. I just want
more specific. Okay. More specifically, I meant you only know what obvious abuse is. You don't seem to understand the kind of abuse where the abused person doesn't know they've been abused, and particularly abuse where neither person knows that any abuse has taken place. That's more subtle, and I felt like Erudite, I still feel that her conception of abuse is very limited to very obvious, non-subtle definitions of abuse. And what I'm calling Dr. K out for is, I think I've made it a bit less subtle with that video, but it is not immediately obvious to a layperson. And I think she, for some reason, seems to have a layperson's understanding of these dynamics. I don't know why. She shouldn't, but she does.
Right. Well, I suppose she's had clients that were abused and abusers, so who knows? Maybe she just needs to talk to those clients a little more. Abuse is definitely a very nuanced thing. I have a lot to say on that I think I'd rather hold on to for a confessions thing, which I also signed up for. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, those were all the main things I had, really, for the most part. I just really wanted to drive home the point that we're really all trying to do the same thing, which is help the people that need the help, that are falling through the cracks. It's a real problem, and we got to take it seriously. Whether you like Dr. K or whether you think Mr. Girl is the fucking most based person to walk the earth, that doesn't change the fact that people need help and they're dying. And this is a great conversation to have, because we got to do right by them.
Well said.
Thanks, man. Yeah, that's all I had to say, unless you wanted to add anything.
No.
Cool. Well, thanks a lot for having me on. I thought it was...
Thanks for coming.
Fun. Yeah.
All right, well, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, catch you later, man. Take care.
You too. Yeah, stay positive. Why don't you call in? Feels like you've had a lot to say. Be nice. Am I not being nice? I'll do my best to be nice. Okay. I'm not. I'm not trying to call. No, I'm not saying he's like a wimp for not calling in. I'm just saying if you want to, this is the moment. You can. If you want to get on the call, you can. If not, I understand. I am better at arguing over text as well. So feel free to criticize from the comments or to come on. I'm not trying to call you out. All right, baby, I'm ready for the next one.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay. How are you?
I'm good. Um, my name is Park. Do you mind if I call you Max?
No, not at all.
Cool. Um, this is exciting. I've never done anything like this before. Um,
Immediately starts screaming, "Fuck you!"
I
This is great. This
promise.
is awesome.
I
Uh,
promise that I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. Full disclosure, I I would like to be your friend. Um, and I know that's like a hard thing to establish over a 5 minute conversation, but I'd like to continue the conversation after this. Um, I think that I think that you're a good person, um, but I think that you're doing a bad thing, and I think
okay. Okay. So first let's iron this out. Do you
yeah,
want to um give me feedback? Do you want me to respond? Do you want to have a back and forth, or do you want to ask me questions?
I'd like to have a back and forth.
Okay. Um, I'm not your friend.
No, I know that, but I would like to eventually become your friend, and obviously that's a
I don't think
relationship.
that's not possible.
Really?
I have to set a boundary with you right now. Yeah.
Okay.
This is this is um it's a content creator audience member relationship. So we're talking. We can be
No,
friendly. We can be
agreed.
friendly, but
Not here.
I've got to hold that boundary. I
Absolutely. Max, I totally understand what this is, and I'm not
okay.
trying to change the nature of that. I know what I'm here to do. I would
Well,
like
you
to,
are you are a little bit. So I'm just saying that there's a brick
I
wall there.
promise you that I'm not. I promise you
Well,
that
I
I'm not.
promise you that you are. There's a brick wall there. Having established that, we can continue the conversation.
Okay. My, to be implicitly clear, my hope is that beyond this call, we can become friends. I don't expect you to be my friend here, but I just wanted to say that to basically get bias out of the way, right?
I
To
understand.
basically, sure. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So, um, yeah, I think that you're a good person and that but I also feel like here you're doing a bad thing, and I think that you might suspect that to be true as well. Do you feel like Dr. K is a net positive?
Do you think a surgeon who saves the lives of 10,000 kids but then rapes and murders one of them is a net positive?
Max, I'm not here to trap you.
No,
Okay?
I'm actually asking you. I'm asking you your definition of net positive.
I know what you're trying to do. But I'm asking you personally,
Does that
if you
fall
think
under your definition of net positive?
does what fall under my definition of net positive?
Someone who saves 10,000 kids but keeps one for himself to be a sex slave in a dungeon.
I think that's a hard one to answer. But like I do think that
I guess my point is that like the phrase net positive might not be as much of a defense as people seem to think it is.
I understand.
Sure, that's a net positive, but like, should that person go to jail? Yeah. Should they go to jail even if it means they can't keep saving kids' lives? Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. Absolutely.
Okay, so I don't think net positive. I don't care if Dr. K is a net positive. Basically,
Okay.
like it's not.
I would say that you are in a minority in that, though. Destiny says he's a net positive. Erudite says he's a net positive. He's gained
Well, I don't.
900,000
I
subscribers in
I don't
52
think
years.
that either of them know what the fuck they're talking about on this topic.
That's fair. But I think that if you are unwilling to engage in the question of whether he's doing more good than harm,
I'm
you
happy.
are in a minority.
I'm happy to. Well, I'm in a minority on Twitch.
I want you to look at this, Max.
I would say
moral...
when it comes to people who are interested in like a professional level, like do you think that the ethics board, the medical board that's investigating him right now is like, well,
I'm not interested in the ethics board. I'm not interested in the medical board. I'm just asking you.
But do you understand my response is that the frame is wrong?
Yes, I understand that.
It's like asking if Derek Chauvin is a net positive.
I'm not asking about the ethics board. Okay. Full disclosure.
Yeah.
You want to know what I think? I think that what he's doing is therapy.
Okay.
So you're not going to get any argument from me here. I'm just interested in what you think.
Okay, so you agree he broke the rules?
Yes.
Your question to me is, what if breaking the rules is better for people? Is that the question?
No, that's not my question. It's if you don't want to answer the net positive thing, that's fine. I
will answer it, but I want to make it clear that you can be a completely fucking horrible person and still be a net positive. Most serial killers or rapists probably throughout their life end up doing more good than harm. That doesn't mean that we should allow this behavior.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I'm just curious in your own personal opinion.
Yeah.
You do?
No, in my own personal opinion, do I think Dr. K is a net positive? No.
Yeah. You don't think he's a net positive?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I don't. I think he. I think he makes people feel good, but I don't think he makes them healthier, like a drug. I can't call somebody who flouts ethics violations, abuses somebody repeatedly over the course of months in this like unethical exploitative relationship, sucks his audience dry, the guy kills himself, then he washes his hands of it.
Max, do you really think that Reckful's death is because of Dr. K?
I think that you
come on, please.
So I think you're straw manning me.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you if you think that. You're drawing the comparison here. You're framing the two together. I'm asking what you think.
I think Dr. K is culpable in Reckful's death. I don't think it's because of Dr. K, but I think there are things he could have done.
Plays a part, sure. I don't. That's not what I'm here to dispute. I want you to be careful with your framing here, because like
you're the one changing my framing. Here's what I said.
I'm not.
I said Dr. K. I said Dr. K exploited him for months, and then 4 or 5 months later, Reckful killed himself, and Dr. K washed his hands of it and never took accountability for anything he did. That's what I think.
I think he feels very bad about what happened.
I don't give a
think
fuck if he feels bad what happened. I don't think he has publicly or professionally taken any accountability. And the fact that you think him crying is him taking accountability is part of my whole problem with Dr. K and his relationship with his audience.
Do you think that? Do you think
he
that
thinks
he's not
making
being
you
genuine?
feel? I think he's crying like a little fucking kid. I'm sure he.
Okay.
I'm sure some
But,
part
like,
of him.
that's-
I'm sure
Come on,
some
man.
part of him genuinely feels like a sad child. But that's not.
Like
That's
a
not a
sad
responsible.
child, he feels bad.
That's not a responsible relationship to have with your patients or your audience or people who look up to you.
It's not.
You feel bad for Dr. K and you want to protect him. It's weird. It's a weird parasocial hook. It's like an abusive, manipulative hook that he has in the minds of many of his fans who just want to take care.
900,000. We're talking
Yes.
about examples on Twitch. We're talking about
Hundreds of
tweets
thousands
on
of
your
people
stream.
have been manipulated into wanting to take care of Dr. K. He's a doctor.
No,
He's
they're
supposed to take care of
manipulated
you.
into taking
He's
care of themselves. They're talking about how
You're not
they've
here to take
blamed-
care of yourself. You're here to defend Dr. K.
I know that. I'm saying that they're trying to take care of themselves by watching this stream. They're saying they're bringing mental health to an underserved community.
Okay, can you
I
imagine?
can look.
Can you imagine
I don't-
if I
yeah.
had some abusive, exploitative relationship with somebody over the course of months that my fans agreed was unethical on its
Max,
face, and then that
You
person
don't
kills
think
themselves?
this. I just don't think that you think this.
You don't think that I think what? That he's abusive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then we have to back up. Why do you think I'm saying it if I don't think it?
Because I think that you are where you are at this current moment, and
What the fuck does that mean? I'm saying, do you think I'm lying or do you think I'm crazy? Basically, are our only options at this point. Is there something wrong with me? Do you think I'm paranoid? I mean, that would kind of imply that I do think it. Or do you think I am knowingly lying about Dr. K?
I think that you are trying to kill your empathy, and I don't think that that's healthy for you.
Okay. So you think that I feel
Bad.
Yeah, okay. So you're saying that I feel empathy for Dr. K, but in order to attack him or destroy him in some way, I have to kill my own empathy for him.
Yeah.
Okay. And my side of that argument is that you have been parasocially brainwashed to want to take care of Dr. K as though he's a little kid, and you are completely confused about who's supposed to be in more of a parent.
Don't attack me. Like, why are you attacking me? Look, I'm
wait. How's that more of an attack than you saying that I am like trying to kill my empathy?
I'm not trying to attack you. That's the thing is, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm
not trying to attack you either. I think there's something.
It's okay. Look, I don't want to get. I really do not want this to be antagonistic. I really don't. I'm just do
you want to know what I think of you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I think Dr. K has brainwashed you into wanting to take care of him. I think you are confused about what role he's supposed to be in as the creator and the doctor, who's the person who's supposed to take care of people, and what role you're supposed to be in as the fan or the client or the viewer or whatever your relationship is to him. I think he's got you confused where you feel like you're supposed to take care of him.
Why do you feel this? Why do you feel like he's some great manipulator?
Well, can we just agree that that's our baseline for the conversation? That's where we're starting. You think that I am trying to kill.
Honestly, it's not. It's not. This has very little to do with my original point. We are getting a little bit off in the weeds.
Okay. Do you want to not go down this road?
Whatever you want to do. I mean, if you want to go down this road.
I think establishing that you think I'm trying to kill my own empathy so that I can hurt this person, and that the flip side of that coin is that I think I don't think it is empathy that you're feeling. I think that you are being parasocially
The only empathy that I'm feeling, the only empathy that I'm feeling is empathy for you.
Yes, I understand. Your view is that there is something wrong with me and that I am hurting.
I don't
and
think it's wrong with you. I don't think it's wrong with
Well,
you.
do you think it's healthy? Do you think it's
No, I don't.
healthy?
No, I
Okay,
don't.
so you think there's something unhealthy about me. I would say
I
wrong
think you're
as short.
doing some. I think that you're doing something unhealthy to yourself.
I
That's what I would
know.
say.
I'm paraphrasing it. Do you think inaccurately paraphrasing? You think
Yeah.
that because of some childhood trauma, probably, that I am trying to strike down Dr. K, much like Luke Skywalker, and that a darkness is consuming me, and then in order to do that, so that Dr. K's pain does not pull on my heartstrings, I am in effect cutting my own heartstrings to detach myself from my own feeling and my own inner child, so that I can squash him. Is that a fair summary?
Yes. But
Okay.
I mean,
So
yes.
so wait. So do we agree that I understand what you're saying about me?
Yeah, I do. I mean,
Okay. So
yeah, we do.
okay, great. So what I want you to understand is that from my point of view, from the Jedi are evil. No, from my point of view,
Don't stop making this about Star Wars,
I
man.
mean, it is about Star Wars. I'm
No, it's
sorry. It
not.
is.
It's
Well,
not.
it
No, it's
is.
not.
Okay.
Look, the
Okay.
reason I
Well, no.
wanted to be your
Let me
friend.
finish. Let me
All right,
finish.
fair enough.
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Now, from my point of view, you have a, probably because of something in your childhood,
Yes.
you feel like you have to take care of the parent. You feel like you have to take care of the adult in the situation.
No.
And Dr. K is very good, as many
No.
streamers are, at whipping their fans up into believing that they are emotionally
Who gives a
dependent.
shit about me, Max? Who gives a shit about me? I'm talking about
Okay,
900,000 people, hundreds of YouTube comments, a massive swath
yes.
of tweets on your own
Yes.
show. You said, someone tweeted you and you said, this was so helpful. This changed my life. This helped me get purpose in life. Please don't take this away. Someone tweeted you that,
Yeah.
right? So there's
Okay, so
there's
I don't
something
think
good
you
happening
want.
here.
So let's agree that we're not finishing what I think is going on with you, or why the perspective that I believe that you're coming from. So we can just talk about your perspective of me. That's fine.
Okay. I mean,
Okay.
either way,
Well, you
I'm
keep
an
saying
open
that,
book
but then
here.
you keep cutting me off. So I don't want to keep going
I'm
in
sorry.
circles. So
You're right. I'm sorry.
so let's just say I think you basically get the gist. That I think
Yeah.
you've brainwashed a bunch of people, and that you're kind of one of them. So that said, now that we understand each other's positions, where should we go from here?
So I believe that if you were to say that he's not a net positive, he would be in the 1% minority. That the vast majority of people that I mentioned, and the people who just look at this situation, there's a reason that there's so much anxiety about it.
But
Because
the
I think
the vast minority amongst his fans.
no, if do you
Well,
want
if
to
you
know the
look at, I
truth?
mean, if you look at the comments on my video, I think you'll
No.
see that nobody is saying he's a net positive. Maybe 2% of the comments are saying that, but I think we've got
People who
1,000.
know of him, yeah, people who know of him are saying, yeah, would be really sad if he
But those are
stopped.
also people who are in his fold. Those are his fans.
His fold. You keep framing. I mean, I don't want to go there, but I don't find. I think you can watch his videos and not feel
I'm
like
just saying.
he's a
I'm just
mass
saying. Look,
manipulator.
you can continue with your argument if you want. I just want to point out that when you say you're in the vast minority, from my perspective, I'm not in the vast minority. Most people I talk to about this are fucking horrified by him and want him to be stopped. The further
Okay,
you
but
get, so there's Dr. K's Twitch channel, in
Mhm.
which almost everybody agrees he's a net positive. And then when you radiate out to people who know him or people who are in adjacent or overlapping Twitch communities like Destiny or Erudite, then you get people who say, that's kind of irresponsible, but he's probably a net
Well,
positive. If you
okay.
radiate out further to people who are like not on Twitch or YouTube, who are just like real normal people, they're like, what? What the fuck is going? What are you talking about? Of course, this is horrible and needs to be stopped. And then when you
Because
get
on
out
it,
to the professional world, they're like, oh, I'm actually going to do everything I can to stop him. So that's
yes,
my
yes.
perspective. You can disagree with it if you want. My only point is that I think you are speaking as a yes, amongst Dr. K's fans, most people believe he's
Among
in that
people who
positive.
have been exposed to his content. If you look at this specifically from the ethics board, it looks absolutely horrible. Absolutely
Yeah,
horrible.
it really does.
It is therapy. Don't get me wrong. This is
Okay.
exactly what he is doing. It has all the trappings of therapy. You look at it, anyone you show it to, oh yeah, this is
Okay.
therapy. Well, he's not calling
Okay.
it therapy. No, it's therapy. It's therapy.
Okay. Great.
So
So now
those
where do we go?
people, so yeah, so those folks, I would say, the people looking at it from the outside,
Mhm.
no doubt. But
Okay,
those
and you're saying
people
there's
who are
something they just don't
underserved,
understand because they haven't been exposed to it.
yeah, the people who are underserved, these gamers who are not getting this kind of mental health treatment, that they're not, being exposed to mental health concepts. They're not seeing,
Okay.
hey, it's okay. They're
So
not seeing all these videos.
here are the
Yeah,
questions they're going to ask, and if you have answers, I'm interested in them. But
sure.
okay, why does Dr. K, if he wants to do therapy live on stream, why didn't he do a research proposal to try to get that cleared by an ethics board?
Because there's absolutely no way he would have gotten it cleared by an ethics board. You and I both know that.
Okay, if Dr. K wants to do therapy live on stream, why does he have to also be a streamer on the same platform as the person that he's doing therapy with?
Because he is not specifically doing the therapy for the one person. He's doing it for the many.
Reckful had hundreds of thousands of viewers, and Dr. K
And
had 57 at the time of
why
their
do you
first
keep
stream.
bringing up Reckful? He's a small part. We've already established that.
Because that's
He's a
how this
small
started.
part.
If
He's
Dr.
a
K
very
wanted to,
small part, Max.
my point is that you could do therapy as a, like, there's no reason, like, I agree the ethics board would not approve it, and they would be right not to approve it. But there's other things he's doing that have nothing to do with I'm going to do therapy on Twitch and help people, like taking donations from people he's done therapy with. Why take a $3,000 donation from Lily Pichu?
Why? Okay. Anyone who is doing streaming, business is always going to be a part of it.
Why
You,
is he doing?
Vosh,
Why is he?
Destiny,
Yes, but why is he? Yeah, but I'm
because
not a fucking psychiatrist.
I
My
understand
question is, my question is, since it introduces tons of ethics issues, why would he also have to try to become a big famous streamer at the same time that he's practicing this experimental thing? Like they
Sure.
actually have nothing to
That's a
do
good
with each
question.
other,
That's a good
right?
question.
Like he could have just
So-
said, "I'm a psychiatrist. I do therapy for people who are live streaming on Twitch. If you want to have me come on your stream and do therapy with you, if you're depending on the size of your audience, you pay me $200, $300, whatever, some fair exchange, and I do therapy with you live, and we are going to run this by an ethics board, blah 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 blah. But I'm going to create as few conflicts of interest as possible. But instead, he becomes a big streaming star himself, and also starts a coaching business that he is obviously trying to shunt the audience into. It's like, why does he have to do that? What does that have to do with live therapy on Twitch?
He's got a not-for-profit, cheap alternative to therapy that is coaching. And it seems like generally people have responded positively to it. Just like people have generally responded positively
Yeah,
to
but
his
that has
content.
nothing. But
Every
you see that has nothing to
100,000
do with
You're interrupting me.
because you're changing the subject.
No, I'm not.
Okay, go ahead.
All I'm saying is that you're asking why become a big famous streamer.
The therapy,
it is true,
Healthy Gamer is not
Max,
a nonprofit.
I'm trying
Healthy
to.
Gamer is not a nonprofit.
It is a not-for-profit. It's a 501(c). You can see it on the website.
No, there's two organizations. One is called Healthy Gamer, which is a for-profit business, and one is called the Healthy Gamer Foundation, which is a pending 501(c).
Fair enough. I didn't know that.
But they're not the same. They're not the same. So Healthy
Fair.
Gamer is just a company.
Okay, I misunderstood that. So at the end of the day, why is he becoming a big famous streamer? if it is true that he's a net positive, and if it is true that honestly what he's doing is not just for one person, it's for a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of people, then for every new person that he brings in, for every new subscriber, he increases the good that he does in his world. So I mean, you're not going to get any argument from me. I'm not so naive as to think that he's just not doing this for profit. He is profiting from this. But
yeah, he's a millionaire by now for sure.
I don't know how much what his net worth is, but I would say that probably he hasn't made that much money on this enterprise as of yet, especially given the hurdles that he is sort of going to be subjected to in the next couple of months.
He may not be a millionaire anymore by the time this is over, but I would
yes,
strongly suspect that right now he is. Yes.
So point being, more people, more subscribers means more good in the world. And at the end of the day, the mission of the APA is to promote the advancement, communication, and application of psychological science and knowledge to benefit society. Net positive means overall benefit. This is the mission statement of the APA. So whatever guidelines, whatever standards that this guy is breaking, they're wrong. They're outdated. The head of the APA currently is 77 years old.
Hold on.
Do you think he's prepared to know what Twitch is?
Let's go through and you tell me which of these guidelines are outdated. I want to go through a couple of them with you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The physician-patient relationship.
Specifically pertaining to what? Okay, sorry.
Every effort should be made to have the relationship begin by mutual consent. Psychiatrists should be cautious in interactions with persons who are not patients to avoid rendering input, advice, or other suggestions that might lead to the assumption or expectation that a treatment relationship has begun. You think that's outdated?
You think that a treatment relationship? No, absolutely not. I think that can be that can be applied to the situation. Sure.
Well, okay, so we agree that a psychiatrist should not be doing therapy outside of a established medical relationship with a patient.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, and he's breaking that rule.
Yes.
Okay, but and you're saying he's breaking that. Well, you're saying that rule is outdated or not?
I'm not saying that rule is outdated. If I understand it correctly, it is essentially you're trying to form documentation between the doctor and the patient to try and establish the scope of the therapy. I still think that can be done, but maybe I misunderstand.
Well, and for the safety of the patient, the relationship has to be clearly a doctor-patient relationship.
What do you mean by what? How are we defining that?
Safety?
Sure. Yeah. No. I mean, I still think he can.
Just that there's an office the patient can call if something goes wrong. That there's a board the patient can report to.
Yes. And absolutely. I
malpractice
think that
insurance,
totally
like all kind.
Yeah, liability, 100%.
So
yes.
Right. So Dr. K is breaking that rule, which is also a law. So he's breaking the law by doing that. And this is just one. So are you saying this rule is outdated?
No, I'm saying any rule that would prevent him from doing what he is doing right now is outdated, right?
What he is doing is doing therapy outside of a physician-patient relationship. If he formed a physician-patient relationship with these people, then he wouldn't be breaking this rule. But he's not doing that. And your argument, I get your argument. You're saying because the ethics board is not going to be okay with what he's doing.
Yeah.
Because they're too old. Therefore, you are giving him a pass to just break all the rules.
No, I'm not.
You're giving him a pass to break every. You're giving him a pass
really
to.
Not.
You're giving him a pass to break any rule that he needs to in service of overruling by going rogue, overruling that ruling that you think the ethics board
where
will make.
We are, Max. He did what he did, right? The question is how are we going to move forward?
I shot this man already, okay? He's already dead. The question is, guys, how are we going to move on from this? We're going to move forward by fucking punishing you, arresting you, and throwing the fucking book at you. That's how we're going to move forward.
I think that would be a
you're
travesty of justice by the
You're
APA's
changing the
own
subject. You said that
standards.
the rules are outdated, and I want to know which rules you think are outdated because he's breaking a
Any
lot of them.
any rule that prevents him from doing Twitch therapy live on Twitch, to be specific. Yeah.
I don't know that there is a rule in here that would prevent that.
Confidentiality, probably.
No, you can waive confidentiality.
So there
You can have
is
a patient-
nothing.
There's nothing. There is nothing in. So Dr. K's
Earlier in the
grand vision of what he wants to do. I want to do therapy with people on Twitch. The things that are preventing him from being able to do that are forming a real doctor-patient relationship, which means to talk to. So let's use Recful as an example. Dr. K has to be licensed in Texas in order to do that. Okay, but there's lots of people who just go get a license in the state that they want to practice therapy in. So he could go do that. And he could say, here are the states I'm licensed in, and I want to practice therapy with these people. 2, the person probably has to be able to competently and safely waive their confidentiality. So Recful probably is not a good candidate for that. You'd need to find somebody healthier. But there are people who could do that. Like, I don't think the review board is as stringent as you think. I think that they probably would be okay with...
Don't. They would not. And you know
you have
they
no
would not.
fucking idea what you're talking about.
You know they would not. You know that he couldn't go over there and just say, "Hey, I want to do therapy live in front of 100,000 people."
Dude, that's
they would
not
throw
how.
him out of the fucking building.
That's not how a research proposal goes. You don't just go over there and say this. He would need to write a proposal, like do actual work, and sit down, come up with a proposal, come up with all the things that could go wrong and what contingency plans for what he's going to do, and then propose a research study. And then he would need to do a study, and that would need to get approved, and then go from there. But there's no inherent rule in this book that says that you can't do therapy live on Twitch.
Out of a window.
No, they wouldn't. That's just not true. That's just not true. I understand Dr. K has turned you against the idea of an ethics board where you now think they're going to throw him out of a window for a research proposal. He didn't even
hyperbolic.
But he didn't even try.
Yes, I know that. And
okay, great.
That was wrong.
So here are the other rules.
At the same time,
here are the other rules he's breaking: dual agency and overlapping roles, or dual relationships, or conflicts of interest. So they would not allow him to also be a Twitch streamer. They would say if the patient has their audience throwing money at them, depending on what they're saying, that could be a dangerous thing. That could derail the problem. That could kind of derail the therapy. So that's kind of different from just doing it live because you have participation from outsiders. But certainly, why does the doctor need to have an audience who's throwing money at him? I would assume that would be a question they would ask.
No,
and people throwing money at him is not a core part of what you're proposing. All you're saying that the true beating heart of what Dr. K is doing is that he wants to do live therapy on Twitch. But there's all these other things he's doing at the same time that have nothing to do with that only serve to enrich him, make it so he doesn't have to get licensed. Right. So all these other rules
what he's doing is a net positive. And
confidentiality. People can waive confidentiality. That says that in here.
Okay.
Disclosures, even with informed consent, should be limited to the requirements of the situation.
Max, do you really think that even with a research proposal where he said, the research that I would like to do is I'd like to put a patient up in front of people, do you think that they would say, yeah, that sounds fantastic, go ahead?
Go on YouTube and look for recorded therapy sessions, and you will find tons of them. People have done this before.
People have not done it live before.
People have not done it live before. I don't know if that's true.
There's just no.
It's probably not true. I want to guess that that's probably not true. I think you just made that up, but I don't know.
I didn't make it up. But
is that you're saying that you know for a fact that no one has ever done a live therapy? Okay, so we don't.
I don't know, but
me neither.
I think that we would know if this had already happened before. And I think
No,
the fact
I
that
don't.
that
Why do
has
you think
grown
that?
I think the fact that it has grown so quickly is evidence of that. It
Okay.
is something that was needed.
I,
Yeah.
I, I know you think that, but that doesn't. If it's needed, he needs to go to the IRB and make the case that it's needed. And if they had rejected him, and then he said, "Okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna go rogue. I'm gonna innovate. I'm gonna do it anyway, and I'm gonna do this in the most ethical way possible," I would be much more sympathetic to what you're saying.
I'm
But
sure
the pro-
you would, and so would I.
but the problem is that Dr. K's breaking rules that have nothing to do with what you're talking about. He's just
So
cutting
you are
corners.
agreeing that he is breaking rules, right? Wherever he
I
is right now, he's breaking rules.
I don't agree with the. Okay, watch a live therapy session
Ooh.
with Dr. Romani. In this video, you'll watch MedCircle host Kyle Kittleson experience a live therapy session with Dr.
You're
Romani
It's also your judge.
DeValsa.
why are you
Okay, so
derailing?
I'm not derailing. We were just talking about whether anybody's ever done a live therapy session, and here
I
is
know,
one.
but I'm okay.
It has 148,000 views on YouTube.
This is but they did it live or they posted it after the fact.
Watch a live therapy session for narcissism.
Yeah, well, it was
Is Kyle
it was
a narcissist?
live at the time. It was live at
Dr.
the time.
Romani, 1.5 million views.
That's fine, Max. Why are you framing it like this? Stop playing the games with me. Like this was live at the time, but then it was pre-recorded and they put it on Twitch or on
Live.
YouTube. That's what it. So this was live streamed.
I don't know. I'm just reading the title to you.
It's
Watch
not.
a live
It's not.
therapy
It
session.
wasn't live.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
it
I'm
was
pretty sure
live at
live.
the time.
I'm pretty sure live
It was
means
live
live.
at the time. It was live
Well,
at the
then
time.
why doesn't every video on YouTube have live in the title?
Some of them do. But
Okay.
the point is, right? The mission
Okay,
of
so-
the APA is to promote the advancement, communication, and the application
And so,
of
therefore, any
psychological science.
rule within any ethical guideline that the APA puts forth that you think might contradict that in the situation that Dr. K is also in should not apply to Dr. K. And
Absolutely.
If somebody,
This is their guiding light. This is their mission statement.
Even if somebody dies, you're still comfortable saying like, well, only one person.
Nobody
died. So
died,
far.
Max, and and let's not pretend that they did. Okay, at the end of the day,
Okay.
there is a relationship between Dr. K and Reckful, but we cannot say that Dr. K caused Reckful's death. I think you can agree
I'm not
with me
saying
on
it
that.
caused it. I'm saying that
Okay.
he
I just
was
wanna make
breaking
sure.
the rules. He went rogue. Somebody died. He's not taking accountability for that. Okay.
He did.
I think it's time to move on to the next caller. Do you want
Fair
the
enough.
final word?
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming on.
Right.
Oh, you said he wasn't responsible. The word I like is culpable. I think Dr. K is culpable in Reckful's death. Responsible, I think, responsible for, I think is going too far. Bears some responsibility for, I think that would be right on the money. I think culpable is a good word. I don't know how well I handled myself during that conversation. All right, baby, ready for the next one. Max. I feel like that caller single-handedly made it so everybody's going to start calling me Max instead of Mr. Girl now. Don't get caught up in thinking about the past or the future. Live in the now. Be present in your own life. All you have is this moment. Don't let it slip away. Yeah, that's what you say to somebody right before you sexually abuse them. Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
My name's Bobo. I don't want to be your friend.
I can already tell this call is going to be a pretty different tone. So
I'm
welcome.
glad. That's what I'm
Yeah.
going for.
Okay.
So in that last conversation, you brought up the analogy of having a surgeon save 1,000 people and then murder one person or murder and rape them. Do you feel like that analogy is apt here?
No, I think that the only purpose of that analogy was to take the idea of net good to an extreme to show that it's not really that much of a defense, because you could do something for the net good, but still, or overall do net good, but the rules of ethics and laws need to not take net good into account. They really need to just focus on what was the misconduct, and if any harm was caused by it, what was that harm? And then we need to appropriately respond to, punish, or revoke the license of the person who caused the harm, rather than this calculation. Because if we do that calculation, then anyone who's a charmer or generally benevolent person is allowed to do whatever fucking horrible thing they want, as long as it doesn't outweigh the good they've done. So I would say most criminals probably do net good in their lives, but that doesn't mean that their crimes should go unheeded or unstopped or unpunished.
True.
But I wasn't trying to say that Dr. K is the equivalent of a kidnapper or rapist or murderer. No.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that. I think. So I have like a few questions. I think that would color the way that I would want to have like the rest of like the conversation.
Okay.
So do you believe that Dr. K does any good with these interviews and what he does with healthygamer.gg?
Not really. I think
No.
I am sure he has helped some people, but my sense is that he overall is whipping people up into like a parasocial frenzy and then monetizing it and squeezing them for it, and almost in like a pyramid or multi-level marketing kind of scheme.
Okay.
So I don't think overall it's great what he's doing now.
Okay. I think I disagree with that. I think he does do good, but I'm not sure if we would ever resolve that.
Well, we don't need to. If you want to just talk about what you
Exactly.
think he does, I don't have to argue with you. Like if you want the floor, you can have it, or however you
No,
want to move forward.
I prefer to debate, I think.
Okay.
I'm a Destiny fan.
Oh.
I,
Okay.
I think
Well,
so.
all right then.
In terms of what you described there, I'm going to rearrange my points a little bit, but I feel like what you described feels very akin to like most organized religions that are currently around, where you could argue that your relationship with your pastor or your rabbi or whoever is sort of
Becomes
parasocial.
a parasocial connection. This person
And that,
isn't God, but they know God, and then you pay them money.
right. And so I think you, as well as your researcher dude in your video, were talking about like a dual relationship between either like therapist slash between the therapist and a friend. But I feel like there could be a different relationship while in that's like outside of that, um, that wouldn't necessarily like be out of what should be, I think. Not to say that it being confusing is not like, if the fact that it was confusing is harmful, but I feel like Dr. K could continue on doing like this, what he does is under more of like a religious framework, except that that would be incredibly bad marketing. What do you think about that?
I'm not sure what your question is.
My question is, would you be okay if what it actually is like religious
Like Scientology?
activity? Like Christianity.
Would I be okay? Okay, I think it is immoral to convince people they're going to hell if they don't go to church and listen to you, and then squeeze them for money. So
Okay.
I don't have a lot of inside knowledge about how religious organizations run, but my sense is that people do get taken advantage of pretty often, and in kind of a similar way. Yeah, I could see that. It feels culty,
Okay.
and I think a lot of churches, synagogues, and what do Muslims go to?
I don't know.
What's the call? I can't remember what it's called.
The
What's it called? Mosques. I'm sure they all are kind of culty too, depending on which one you go to. So
Okay, culty aside, I feel like, would you not agree that there are goods being done, I guess, in terms of like a religion provides you a community, provides you like a set of beliefs, like, and while you may not agree with them, they are something that like would help maybe somebody who has
no,
like nothing.
I don't, not really. I
You don't
think
think so?
I think there are aspects of it that are good, but I
Mhm.
think in the kinds of religious organizations that you're talking about, I don't think that situation where you are scaring people, telling them that only you can save them, and then squeezing them for money, while you enrich yourself further and further, and they're giving you the last dollar in their pocket to try to have salvation. No, I don't. I don't think that's good for people.
That sounds like I would agree that that sounds that is a bad relationship and a bad religious organization. But I feel like
That's what I
that's
see when I look at Healthy Gamer.
okay. I don't. I don't really healthy gamer the company or healthy gamer Dr. K.
Even that is confusing. As Healthy Gamer is a person, it's a YouTube channel, it's a company, it's a community, and it's a nonprofit organization. All of that is just, it's so like incestuous and confusing of who's in what role and what's going on and who's giving money to whom. All the money is flowing to Dr. K. I know that, but when and how and why, it just feels like all the floodgates are open. You want to pay Dr. K? You want to donate? Sure. You want to buy some bits? Okay. You want to just
Do you
watch
feel
and
like
get some ad revenue? Okay. Do you want to pay him for his videos? Okay. Do you want to pay a coach who will then pay him or pay him to send you a coach? You can do that too. It just seems like a big mess to me.
well that at least the system that Twitch has going on seems better than what most organized religions have going on, because just watching does partly fund the the Twitch streamer slash channel. So I feel like
Mm-hmm.
it would be less exploitative than like maybe like a church would be.
Passing the hat around.
Yeah, exactly. And
That's fair.
yeah, and I still believe that I I feel like now let me know if you like this is wrong, but I feel like you're against what like the good that could be done in like churches and religious organizations because you feel like it's a delusion slash based off of fear.
Uh, Not exactly. I think, like, yeah, I'm an atheist, so I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? But I understand that for some people, or maybe most people, um, they want or need something to believe in and something to organize around and a community to be part of. And like, there are good things about and values, a stories that
Right.
carry values with them and that they can reflect on about their lives. I think religion does a lot of good in those areas, but I
Right.
think I was just more speaking to the structure of the organization as being like um, someone you want to touch, you want to get close to them, and they tell you what to think. You can't quite touch them, but you can put some money in their hat, and it feels like there's a similar thing happening with Dr. K, and I do think it's um, especially because he's a doctor and he's presenting himself as a doctor and he's calling it mental health care. Uh, and I mean, like, and again, we're setting all the ethics shit aside. Like my videos, my
Mhm.
next video might be about Healthy Gamer, but if you're just talking about like this part of it, like I don't think
Sure.
it's good. Even the problem is that the ethics problems also corrupt the rest of it. The
Okay.
the community formed by watching him abuse people. And so I can't then say like, well, yeah, but now that it's formed, it's really good. It's like, no, I just think it's corrupt.
The process in which it was established was what was wrong, and it should be dismantled. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I don't think your argument about him being someone he can touch. I think that's a problem. And I think it is a problem that's just endemic to Twitch, and the whole video creation. Even YouTube, I think, has this problem.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think then if that is part of it, then I think you have more work to do.
Yeah.
In terms,
streaming is fucked up.
Yeah.
The whole thing is fucked up. I agree with you.
True.
But medicalizing it brings it to a whole new level of fucked up. I think that's kind of what I'm reacting to. But I agree. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would disagree with that, because I think you've got like some of the dumbest fucking non-educated people on Twitch, and their parasocial culty things are probably just as bad, I think. Yeah.
I guess I just think that when you ask someone for medical or psychological or psychiatric help, or when it's offered to you, society really needs to protect those people. Society should also protect people who are like, hey, want to watch a fun video? Sure. But I think that when you're in dire straits, like Reckful was, we really need to protect people like that, and we failed.
I agree.
Okay.
At this point, and this I think touches more on your video, I think therapy has limitations. And I think therapy has kind of failed in this regard for these people. The way that I felt that the therapist and your researcher came off in your video, they felt kind of exclusionary, and like a little bit like they're operating out of like an ivory tower. The like you had they were talking about how therapy skills should only be practiced within like therapy like offices and processes. Dr. Delner said that she encountered this person who was like crying on the bus, like talking to her, and that like her best response to that was to ask like, hey, do you have a therapist? And you got this old guy talking about humility and the wisdom of following others. And like, well, like a lot of these things I can see where they're coming from. And it is to be as protective as we possibly can. It feels very like exclusionary, so, like, yeah.
Can you are you suggesting that it is the rule that you cannot practice therapy outside of an established doctor-patient relationship? Are you saying that is not a good rule, and that, as Dr. Delner said, she should break that rule and just start doing therapy with somebody on a shuttle bus?
I think there's no, I don't think she should start doing therapy with that person.
Okay.
But I guess I would argue...
Do you agree with that rule or not?
I would agree. I agree with the rule. I think we should be expanding what's like... I don't think therapy should have like reign over like everything that involves talking to a person about, I guess, their feelings in their life.
Even if you are a therapist?
Even if you are a therapist, yeah, I think, yes.
And if you're a doctor, do you think you should you should be able to give medical advice or services to somebody in exchange for something that enriches you, like with Reckful? Do you think you should be able to set up a bartering relationship with somebody who is not your patient, and therefore you are not held accountable for anything that happens with them, and you are not responsible for their care, and yet you are still taking them into deeply traumatic places with the therapy conversation you're having? Like, You think you should be able
Yeah.
to do that outside of a doctor-patient relationship, or do you think you should have to form
I
a
think,
doctor-patient relationship?
well, that was a lot of things. I
Well,
think
that's
to
the
answer your-
rule. I'm just saying he broke that rule. Do you disagree with that rule?
I think you're asking me about a. Wait, sorry. Can you just repeat what you said?
Okay, here's my problem. You're saying, well, Dr. Delner told this story, and I don't like how she acted in the story because she was intent on following this rule. The rule is you can't do therapy with somebody who isn't your patient. They have to become your patient or not be your patient. But you're not allowed to have sort of patients. And again, that keeps getting framed as like, well, Dr. K is cool and young, and so therefore he doesn't have to follow this, like the first rule in the book. And I'm saying, has he convinced you, or have I inadvertently convinced you that that's not a good rule? Should you be able to do therapy with somebody who's not your patient?
I think it's not that that they can't do therapy. Actually, no, it is. They probably shouldn't do therapy, and I agree with the rule.
Okay.
There was another question, and I think like if they're if her best response and the response that would be considered best practice would be to turn to this person and be like, hey, do you have like a therapist that you can talk to? Like, while like she herself is a therapist, it the feeling that I get is that that's insufficient to helping people.
Well, I
and
don't
like,
okay, sorry, go ahead.
and that's I feel like the harm that can be done that I think was cited was that like certain like probing questions could take you to places that either like if you're not like willing to like work with this person, then that would be like leaving them in the middle of like CPR, something like that, and that confidentiality, you can't like have a confidential like talk in a bus probably.
No, it's a
But
completely inappropriate place to have a therapy session, and it's a completely inappropriate way to create a therapy relationship. You want a therapy
Sure.
relationship to be professional all the way through, and so you already have a dual relationship at that point where you're like, oh, we're just hanging out on a bus and we're chatting. That means
Sure.
you're already not going to be the person's patient.
Okay, so then do you
Like
believe
that's
that?
not how therapists don't meet their patients at a bar. You get a call, you leave a message, the therapist calls you back, and then you have a consultation about what you're looking for and decide if you want to have a session. And everything is professional from start to finish. And then you go to the office and have your first session. It's yeah. That's meeting. Going around cruising for patients is the kind of like unethical boundary breaking thing that they don't want you to do. So that's why she did that. She was like, oh, I can't just become your therapist because we met on a shuttle bus and we liked each other. That's not how it works.
Well,
It
so
needs to, like the first conversation needs to be like a consultation. And I can't
What-
be your therapist, but I can help you find one, or you can go look for one. It sounds like you need one.
what you're saying feels like it implies that therapists aren't allowed to have friends, like, and they're
No,
not allowed to have.
they're not allowed to transition from friend to patient.
So if you're a therapist and a friend comes to you with like a problem,
Yeah.
what is your action?
To
Your
be
response there.
to act the same way a normal friend does. But if a friend starts coming to you weekly at the same time and paying you $100 to talk about their problem and only their problem, and the purpose of the conversation is to treat their problem, then I think you're starting to get into muddy waters. But like, I mean, I have friends who are therapists. It's the question has never come up of whether they're doing therapy when we talk about my feelings.
Okay.
That situation is not what these rules are for. The rules are for situations like Dr. K, who is not friends with Reckful,
But
who is
so
introducing
that-
himself as a doctor who can help you and saying, how can I help you? And Reckful says, I'm depressed. And he says, oh, let's start talking about your childhood. That's what these rules are for. They're not to nitpick about existing friendships and whether those are delving into therapy.
Um,
Okay, I also want to push back on
Okay.
you saying the old guy said that you should. It's arrogant. Like just because somebody's old, are you now suggesting that if a doctor or other practitioner disagrees with the ethics guidelines, that they should just break them? Because that's what he was saying. He was saying it's arrogant to think that you know better than thousands of other professionals. You should consult. If you have a new idea, do a study. Propose your new idea and have it peer reviewed. Do some research. Are you against that?
I think I am. I'm not a licensed professional though, so I don't know what that exactly entails, but I feel like
You think if a doctor has, so if your doctor has a new treatment they thought of for your health condition, they should just give it to you even if it's never been researched before.
well, this doesn't this already kind of happen that like these people, you have people who have like certain like diseases that like have failed to be treated or whatever, or can't be treated, right?
Sorry.
Like-
In my example, this is a thing that is expressly forbidden
Mhm.
by the ethics rules. It's not just a new idea. It's an idea that has been shown time and time again to harm the patient.
What
Also,
specifically-
are we pretending that Dr. K telling Reckful, I don't know if I'm your friend or your doctor, after 5 sessions, was that part of his treatment for Reckful? Was that an experimental treatment, or is he just fucking breaking the rules? Like I don't get the narrative that Dr. K is breaking the rules for some noble reason. It's his nobility that allows him to take a $3,000 donation from Lily Pichu after having a private session with her, which is, again, expressly forbidden. You're not allowed to take gifts from patients, but Dr. K can do it because he's so noble. Like, what is noble about that? Why wouldn't he just say to her, like, hey, actually, now that I'm your doctor, I can't take $3,000 from you. You can pay a normal amount like everybody else, but it would be exploitative for me to probe around in your childhood trauma and then take your money. There's a rule against that, and it's a good rule, and you know what? We're going to follow it. So I appreciate your offer, but you can't donate to my foundation. I'm not going to line my pockets by exploiting you. You're saying that Dr. K did that because he's taking some moral stance against that rule? That Dr. K believes that therapists and doctors all over the world should be taking money from their vulnerable, needy patients? You can't possibly think that.
Well, so I agree with you.
Okay.
That
So
is
some of these rules
not
he's just
good.
breaking. He's not breaking them for a reason. There's no reason why he has to
Yeah, I agree with that.
tell Reckful he's going to love him for 2
Well-
years and then abandon him. That's not part of treatment. That's just him fucking
Well,
breaking the rules.
Well, can I back up? I feel like if Dr. K if Dr. K took that stance that he's not taking any donations or whatever, then I feel like that would be a form of doing the work pro bono, wouldn't it? And that would also like
No,
fall
you're
under.
supposed to take payment. So Lily Pichu said on a
Payment.
live stream, I called Dr. K and I told him I will pay you. He said no. Which you're also not allowed to do if it's considered unethical to do pro bono work to a patient who can otherwise afford it. The reason it's unethical is because it creates a bizarre sense in the patient that they owe you something, or that you are somehow doing this work for yourself and not for them. It makes you confused about the role, and then makes you do retarded shit like give them $3,000 later, which you're also supposed to not allow. You're not
Okay,
supposed to
that
feel like, right? Like you don't want your therapist saying like, you know what, you don't have to pay this week because I like you. I enjoy hearing about your childhood trauma. It's fun for me. It's weird. You're not supposed to do that, and there's no reason for him to do that. He just has bad boundaries.
That makes sense.
Okay.
I'm feeling a little bit of like something in me that that disagrees with it, and that like it wasn't what Lily Pichu was describing in that video was not it wasn't like therapy. It was like emergency it'd be like the equivalent of calling a call line or like a hotline, a suicide hotline or something like that. How would you
No.
Uh,
I don't think so.
I think
I don't think you can spin it that way. I think because at the end of his session with her, he said online, he said, if you want to talk more about this, let me know. When he says that, he's offering to become your doctor.
Okay.
But in Dr. K's case, he's offering to become your unofficial doctor. And even making that offer is against the rules. You're not allowed to do that.
So if he took the call and he didn't charge for money, but he said he didn't say that he'd like promise anything for follow up, would that would be okay then? Because
No, you're not allowed to do a therapy with somebody who can otherwise afford it and say, I'm just going to do this for free because I like you. But that's already a total mess. You can't do that. That's not how therapy or doctor-patient relationships are supposed to be formed, because it's blurry. She comes out of it not knowing, wait, is Dr. K my therapist or not? She doesn't know the answer to that question, and that is the violation.
okay.
That's the part where he's breaking the rules, is that Reckful never knew from the day he met Dr. K to the day he died. He never knew if Dr. K was his doctor.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Not really. And like that's the problem. And
That's
so
the harm.
yeah, that's the harm.
Yeah.
Exactly. So taking the payment from the patient and being like, okay, so the session starts here, it ends here. For this period of time, we're going to talk about you. I'm taking care of you. You pay me. That's how therapy is supposed to be. But with Dr. K, it's, well, we'll stream for 2 hours approximately until my chat gets bored. I'll change the subject. I'll be looking at the chat. They'll be throwing money at me. I'll ask you some therapy questions, but then other times I'll sort of veer into just monologuing about Ayurveda. Other times I'll just monologue about myself and how they told me I was never going to get into med school. And then we'll suddenly veer back to you. It's like he's just jerking the person around from role to role and like what they're even supposed to be doing. And like a doctor-patient relationship, you walk in, you are the patient from start to finish. The entire conversation is for your benefit, about you. In exchange, you pay, and then you get the fuck out of the office and like until next week. That's how it's supposed to be. And so I understand the urge the desire to see him as like an innovator who's kind of flouting these rules for noble reasons, but a lot of them, or I guess all of them, he's not. He didn't even try. As far as I know, I've never heard him say, I proposed this and they said no. He was just like, well, I'll fly under the radar because these old fucks don't know what Twitch is.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
In terms of that, I think Delner said something in regards to that, or I don't remember her exact words, but
Yeah.
I think it's her that there are exceptions to these rules, specifically confidentiality, but in regards to certain like underserved populations, and
Well, she's a very innovative therapist, by the way. She
Okay.
does things like going camping with groups of patients.
That's kind of weird,
Right? Like she'll go on a camping trip, they'll go fishing, they'll build a campfire with with groups of mentally ill patients in group therapy settings or in like a milieu setting. And
Okay.
super unconventional. She was
And
telling me stories about like brushing her teeth next to a client.
And she went
right.
through all the proper procedures.
Absolutely.
And-
Yeah, of course.
okay.
She is
I can
licensed.
see that.
Yeah, and so that kind of thing where you're trying to rehabilitate like a severely mentally ill person. So where a weekly session is not enough. The person might not even be functional or able to live on their own. So they do trips like wilderness therapy, stuff like that, and they go out and kind of get them out of their family system or whatever, and expose them to basically try to give them a new family. And so there's like tons. Yeah, it's not just her by herself. There's like staff and other therapists, and this is common. It's unusual and unorthodox, but those kinds of experimental therapies in group settings like that are common. And so the picture he's painting of like old people sitting in offices and not understanding, or like Dr. Ziegler, the old guy, right? He runs a treatment center for kids. He told me that the average stay for abused children usually or mentally ill children, often because of abuse and often have been removed from an abusive situation, the average stay is, he said, 14 months. And so these kids are living in this facility, which was, I didn't film the exterior because I didn't want to, like, it didn't seem relevant, but it looked like a really nice place, like a camp. And there was like there's a children's library outside of his office. And so it's like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, the picture that you're referencing, it might not be super accurate. There are more unorthodox, unconventional therapists out there that are doing things, and that he might actually be able to propose this if that is what he wants to do. There probably is some version of what he's doing that he could have proposed, and that might have actually gotten approved. I don't know.
Right. Okay. So yeah, that all sounds really, really cool. And if you mentioned those things, or I guess if those things are in the video, then I definitely would have a very different idea of, like, these people being like very ivory towery types.
I probably should have mentioned the brushing the teeth in the woods. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll let you figure that one out. I wanted to talk a little bit about the, like, underserved communities part. I do think I am now, I think, on the same page as you of Dr. K probably should have been
Run
more
it by somebody,
rigorous, and, like, pitch it to a
following the
research.
rules.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And I do think so I feel like Twitch streamers, being the millionaires that they are, most of them, I guess the top ones, I feel like this is, like, an underserved community of people that would fall under the category of being an exception that Dr. Delner would have, like, maybe listed. I think it's not that they don't have money, it's that these people perpetually live on Twitch.
Yes, they're addicted and they can't stop. But, like,
exactly,
they're narcissistic, they're addicted, they're self-hating, they're insecure, they're desperate.
And
and the last fucking thing that they or we need is another streamer to be our therapist. I would never go to a therapist who is a streamer. Oh my God, that would be fucking terrible. I could understand a therapist who is willing to come into my space and talk to me on stream. Like, I wouldn't do that, but I could understand how somebody would. But a therapist who themselves is like, yeah, I'm also addicted to streaming and gaming. I don't see how that's good.
Well, let me run this by you then. Okay. I think we would agree that there's, like, a mental health, like, epidemic maybe on Twitch with Twitch streamers.
Yeah, possibly caused by Twitch, but yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's the nature of the platform.
Streaming is bad for you.
Yeah. So I think people do this when it comes to therapists. People, I think, and this is part of the therapy, like, marketing failure maybe, is that people have to shop around for therapists. I watched this other video that was, like, about this woman who was, like, a person of color, and was like, they felt judged by their therapist, and because they didn't feel like he understood her background. And so in the same way, I feel like
I would like to shop around until she realized that they're all racist and just accept it.
No, she got referred to.
I get what you're saying.
Referral. Yeah, that I feel like streamers. So we now have a gamer and a streamer who is also a therapist, and I feel like that positions Dr. K as maybe someone who is most qualified to be having therapy sessions with these people.
Do you think do you think a construction worker therapist is most qualified to give therapy to a construction worker? I think empathy is when you can understand somebody who's different from you. And so if your therapist is supposed to be empathetic, I don't think it matters. I've never wanted to know, like, the idea that you would know anything about your therapist other than that they're your therapist, to me, is already weird. I wouldn't want to know the hobbies of my therapist. That's
Well,
supposed to
it's
not matter.
it's not a hobby. It's
It's a
it's
lifestyle.
not a yeah, exactly. It's not
Okay.
it's not even a job. I feel like it transcends that experience, because construction workers clock in and they clock out. Streamers do not. They live lives basically publicly, more so than either like even like movie stars, TV actors.
But
Um,
I feel like a therapist who's out of touch would be like, "Oh, that sounds really sick and weird, and like there's something wrong with you," and like they're right. Like I don't like if you're a therapist and you're watching this and you're like, "I don't get streaming. It seems like really sick." No, you do get it. There's nothing more to get. Getting more involved in it is not going to teach you anything you don't already know immediately about hearing it. Like, wait, so people pay you just to sort of like feel like they're hanging out with you? That sounds really sick. No, yeah, that's it. There's really nothing more to it.
ye- I think I feel like that's, I don't know, actually that's a common, I know that's a common sentiment, but I'm not sure if it would be a common sentiment among therapists. But I get the feeling that a lot of people have run into these types of therapists that are bad.
Okay.
I think there's I feel like there's a reason why, like, so why do you think these streamers who are ostensibly like millionaires, like, why don't they just like get a proper therapist?
Probably because they know that they're addicted to streaming and that there's something wrong with them, and the therapist is going to tell them, hey, maybe you should touch grass. Maybe fans are not friends. Maybe you need to build some stable relationships in your life and not rely on stay positive 42069 to give you a dopamine boost by calling you stupid every 5 minutes.
I disagree. I think
Okay.
with that, I think it's because that's just like Twitch is where they live, basically. It would, I think,
But they live on
be
Twitch because there's something wrong with them.
right, but then it would be expecting like this, like these like people maybe like in some sort of like rural settlement to come into the city and get therapy. I feel like there is
You can do
an
teletherapy.
argument.
You can do telehealth. You don't have to do it in front of an audience,
These
though.
these people don't have the technology. It's the
Oh
opposite.
yeah.
It's actually the opposite. Where like these people don't get off. They never turn off, and they never get out of their Twitch sphere. I feel like there's an argument here that like it's important for somebody to go to meet them where they're at.
Sure, but that person doesn't have to also be a streamer. Yeah, you could make or you could say, I'm interested in this, so I'm going to go and be hosted on these streams. I'm going to be a guest and talk to these people online, blah, blah, blah. But you don't have to also be like, and I'm opening a coaching business, and I'm a streamer myself. It
Well,
doesn't... okay, well, listen, I think we have to end this because we're going on too long.
That's fair.
Do you want to have the final word?
Can I end it with a final question?
Sure.
How many of yours slash Dr. K viewers do you think will seek therapy after you're done making your series of videos?
Probably a lot.
Probably a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
I'm
my
not sure I
goal
agree.
is well, I can tell you don't agree, motherfucker. But my goal is to try to show people that what Dr. K is selling as therapy is not therapy, and that therapy is a much more intimate, long-term, like meaningful thing. It's not somebody solving you like a puzzle, like Sherlock Holmes after 5 minutes and saying, "Oh, what you thought about your life, that's not true. Now breathe heavy for 5 minutes and look, see, you're better. Oh, you're crying. Bye." I don't. That's not what therapy's like, and I do want to convince people that they should see a licensed therapist if they are having mental health issues, and not a coach and not a live stream.
Okay.
But
I hope you
succeed
succeed in that. though.
You hope I succeed, and you think I'll fail, and I understand.
Okay. Awesome. Peace out.
Peace. Next. You should watch your own Dr. K video with chat after this. I will if you guys want to. That's something I never thought about that. I never watched something on my Twitch channel. I guess I can watch. It's my video. I can
Hello?
watch it. Hello.
You hear me? Yeah.
I hear you.
Awesome. Well, let me introduce myself. I am a streamer. My name's Thompson. And I'm also Ukrainian, so I hope that if I say something wrong in English, that you're going to correct me or you're going to understand what I'm trying to say. I hope that's not going to be an issue.
It doesn't sound like it will be.
All right, awesome. Well, from the conversations that I've heard previously, it feels like you're assuming a lot of malice to what Dr. K is doing. And I think it's going to be the main point that we're going to disagree with. But I have this like several questions that I would like to go through, and obviously to hear your opinion about this.
Okay.
So, in like your interpretation, or what would you say, like your understanding, what is an ethic guideline? Like a short kind of, just to set it up.
An ethic guideline is a rule for professionals imposed by their peers and licensing authorities.
So, do you think that breaching a guideline is always necessarily a bad thing?
I would say that there are probably times where it is unavoidable to step over a guideline, or times where so Avi, the doctor I interviewed, gave me the example of if you have a anorexic patient who needs a meal buddy and that person is in danger of dying in the next few weeks, that's an example of a time where it would be appropriate for a doctor to go out to lunch with a patient. But barring those extreme circumstances in gray areas where it seems necessary to break a rule for the benefit of the patient, the rules are there to make sure that everything you do is for the benefit of the patient. So breaking an ethics guideline or breaching an ethics rule for your own benefit and at the expense of the patient, I would say is always immoral, yes.
Okay. Similar, but on the other side, do you think that well, you kind of answered that, but obviously there are times that you can't follow the ethic guidelines to, of course, put the patient's health before your own gain. But I wanted to so you mentioned previously that Dr. K, when you showed the book, Dr. K doesn't necessarily break any ethics with his live therapy sessions. Is that true? I believe I've seen you do that.
Oh, no. I think Dr. K breaks many of these rules with his live therapy sessions, and they are outlined in my video that I posted on YouTube this week.
All right. Then maybe I just missed that. Okay. Well,
I think what I said is that Dr. K's okay, I think those who are drinking the Kool-Aid. Are you familiar with this phrase?
Yeah.
Okay. They believe that Dr. K wants to do live therapy sessions on Twitch to help people, and he could do that without breaking any of these rules. But the way he is doing it breaks almost all of the rules in the book. So he is breaking many ethical guidelines, but there is a ethical way he could have done this, but he chose not to do that.
Yeah, I don't want to loop, so I've heard already those things. Okay, so it seems like you're not really at contention with him doing live therapy sessions. Is that it feels like he's, in your eyes, just a bad, shitty therapist?
I would have problems with him doing live therapy sessions. I would think they're exploitative. The way he's doing them, I would find exploitative. Now, I just found this other live therapy session on this channel, just by searching for live therapy session on YouTube, and there's one that has 1.5 million views. And I have a strong feeling that if I were to watch this, I probably wouldn't find it super unethical. So it's a combination of, yeah, the fact that it's live introduces a lot of like, oh, you better be really fucking careful because it's live. And on top of that, he is doing things that even if he did them in private, I think his license should be revoked.
Yeah, that was my kind of next question, is because it seems to me that, and you brought up a couple of examples of him saying to Reckful that he will be there for him and stuff like that. And I would agree that those things are questionable. However, I feel like there's such a swath of VODs and conversations that he had with different streamers, people, whatever, that kind of allow you to look at under the microscope at everything he does and dissect everything and kind of find and nitpick pretty much anything. As a streamer, you would understand that that is a unique case where a lot of therapists are behind the closed doors.
I don't think so. I'm pretty horrified by every single session he had with Reckful, and then Reckful killed himself. So I reject the characterization that you could find, you could make any therapist look bad. You could make any therapist probably look like kind of grungy, yeah. But I don't think that you could take random clips of any therapist sessions this way and make them look like they are completely fucking unhinged. And because I think he is. I don't agree. I get your argument, and I just don't agree with it.
Okay. Well, you said several times that you believe that Dr. K plays a part in Reckful's death.
Yes.
So how big of a part he plays? Because couldn't you also say that about his friends and his family, and in most part, I would say the Reckful himself?
Absolutely. I think that, sure, your friends play a part in your suicide, but the thing is that your friends are your friends. They're not your doctor. Your friends are not responsible for your care. They didn't take the Hippocratic Oath. They didn't, go to school to essentially to stop people from dying, and as psychiatrists, specifically to stop people from killing themselves. They did not take that on as their job. So that's why I don't think Reckful's friends have culpability, because they don't have training, and it's not their job to stop him from killing himself. His parents more so, yeah. I do think that his mother talked about having a suicide pact with him a year before he died, according to Reckful, and that's gotta contribute to the okayness of suicide in his mind. And I do think as a mother or a father, part of your job is to not contribute to suicidality, definitely. But yeah, the doctor do no harm, and he did. So
okay, so the next question would be is if he contributed, is that one of the main problems or the main things you want to focus on to kind of it's like a final nail in the coffin, right? To revoke his license and that he should not be practicing. Like that's one of the biggest mistakes he had.
It's one of the more compelling to a layperson to understand. Like, most people don't understand why going out to lunch with your therapy patient is a horribly unethical, dangerous thing to do. They don't get that. It's not obvious why that relationship, the sanctity of the doctor-patient relationship, really needs to be protected, or else everything else starts falling apart. And so I think people need to see a more tangible negative outcome of that. So as you watch Reckful kind of deteriorate across the sessions with Dr. K, and then like the manic spike at the end, and then in a same manic state saying, hey, maybe I should jump to my death, and then he commits suicide, I think that paints a more tangible, clear picture to people. But if Reckful were still alive today, if he were singing Dr. K's praises, saying he's the best thing that ever happened to me, I would still be using those early sessions and clips of them to try to get his license revoked. So it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, it matters. Like, I want to avenge Reckful's death. So it matters on a personal level.
Yeah, it does feel like that. It does feel like that.
Personally, I feel like that's what I'm doing, and I know that's not what Reckful would probably want, and I don't care.
It feels
But-
like you're painting a situation where if not for Dr. K, Reckful would be alive. Do you
If a
think
different- I think-
you
I
can't
think
know
it-
that for sure?
No, I don't know that for sure, but I think somebody else probably could have saved him. Yeah. I think
You
Reckful
think
needed
so?
Reckful needed a therapist. On session 5, he's crying and saying, "I need a therapist," and Dr. K is saying, "Well, let's talk about something else." He was reaching out for his hand and he didn't take it. So yeah, maybe if he had taken it and he had, he took it and then he dropped him. Then he was reaching out again and Dr. K didn't take his hand. At that point, he probably still could have turned it around and said, "You know what?
Again, I don't.
We don't know. We don't know.
agree.
It's all
Yeah,
subtle
we don't
and it's
know.
all hard to measure. Yeah, we don't. But that might if you're asking my personal opinion, I don't think Reckful is beyond saving at all. I think that's just cover for Dr. K. I don't think Reckful is doomed at all. I think Dr. K just fucked up.
I would agree with you in that specific instance that you've brought up. I can't remember it, but let's say I would believe you, right? And that's what happened. I feel like that's also like a byproduct of what we discussed earlier, where you can dissect everything and you have swaths of information and you can pretty much get to a single point. And I feel like a lot of therapists behind closed doors might make more bigger mistakes.
Well,
They just don't know about
good for them not putting them on the fucking internet so I can use it to destroy them. I mean, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care
Right.
if there's
Okay.
one corrupt cop. If you could say 60% of cops are corrupt, that doesn't make me think that one corrupt cop should not be held to account.
I'm not saying no. I'm not trying to say that it's not. He shouldn't be held to account. But I feel like we're kind of making. I feel like it's impossible to have such a high standard for.
I don't
for a person.
think that you understand how heavily these rules are drilled into people who become therapists and psychiatrists and doctors.
Are you
And
saying he's a fraud? He just didn't learn that.
No, he learned it. He just broke the rule. I think he just narcissistically breaks rules because he thinks he's above them and he thinks he can do better, or convinces himself he can. He thinks that. It's hard to ignore that he's lining his pockets by breaking these rules at the same time. So he may have some stories telling himself that he's like a superhero or something, but I don't buy it. And I think that you are underestimating the professionalism of psychologists and doctors.
Yeah, I
on
would,
average.
because I can also give an example that since you brought up Melina before, she was talking about something like that with on her stream, where she had a therapist in Sweden that tried to convince her that she needs to leave Destiny for her, for example, for him rather. And tried to convince her, emotionally manipulate her, especially in a situation like that where there would be no other people to watch the VOD, right?
Yeah, revoke the license 100%.
No, I agree with that for sure in that case. But I do have a contention about Dr. K. And another question I wanted to ask is,
Okay.
do you believe that if I probably know the answer, but I'm still gonna ask it. Do you believe that if a therapist loses a patient, that's always the fault of the therapist, and his license should be revoked?
No,
Even
of
if
course
it's
not. Well, when you're working with severely mentally ill, I mean, Dr. K's mentioned another patient of his who committed suicide before Reckful. Doctors who work with severely mentally ill people are going to have suicides. I think that's inevitable.
But for this particular case, you're really blaming him in this sense because you have
Because he broke
receipts.
the rules. No, not because I have receipts, because he broke the rules. Just like you could hit somebody with your
You
car.
think that him breaking? I'm sorry, but you've brought up a very interesting thing that you said that let's start from he doesn't have a license to practice in Texas. That's not a rule that would contribute to Reckful's suicide.
It could, because if he were licensed in Texas, he would have been much more likely to say, let's have a real doctor-patient relationship. Let me start collecting data about you, start making records of you, and doing this the right way. And if we...
It seems like a pretty fundamental thing.
Hold on. If he has a disincentive to do things right, he has a disincentive to meet with him weekly as his doctor and then say, I'm creating a medical history for you for your mental health, consult with previous doctors, and then refer him out if he can't handle it or get the job done himself. Those are things that if he were licensed in Texas, he might have done. We don't know that. So I'm not, that rule itself, but it's it contributes to reasons why, and he even said it in the video. He said, I would have to get licensed in Texas, or you would have to move to Massachusetts if you want me to be your doctor for real. And
it seems like he was aware that.
Yeah, but him not being his doctor for real is the biggest ethics breach, one of them. So
okay, but,
as an
I
agree
that you've gave. Like, I'm not really familiar as much as you with the
I want you to watch.
So
I want you to watch my video.
I did watch your video. Which my main critique of the video is that was 75% of it was just filled with a lot of context, right? I understand that you had to set it up, but I don't want to like really get into the discussion about how the was presented. But I feel like it could have. Yeah, I feel like it's a very nuanced topic, and it was extremely hard, and I don't believe that you could have done it in a better way, but what came out was suboptimal, I guess. I don't know. I wanted to talk about the way you kind of say that he's doing this for the money. Is that your like belief that this is only the monetary gain for him and nothing else?
No, but the rules he is breaking seem to benefit him financially. They release him from accountability, and they allow him to move much faster. And so you could say he's just in a hurry, but like these things cost money. It would cost money to get a research study together, to make a proposal, to wait, to do things the right way, to not be a streamer yourself, to not take the $3,000 from Lily Pichu, to not siphon Reckful's audience off of him, to not push Yvonne to name her abuser live. Like those things, those decisions seem always to enrich him one way or the other. And he may have other internal motivations, but from the outside, it clearly looks partly motivated by money, and the whole thing just seems corrupt to me.
Well, being a therapist is a job, and you get paid for that. Every therapist incentive ultimately is a salary.
Absolutely, but that you don't then create a additional financial income off of the patient that harms the patient. You do want to avoid conflicts of interest, and so ideally it's
there
a
is an
1-to-1.
inherent conflict of interest, right? You could keep the patient for as long as possible, believing that you're doing him good, but
That's
in
true.
the reality you're gaining more money, and that's a conflict there.
That is an inherent conflict with therapists and patients. That's true.
So you're proposing that the whole system changes as well on top of everything else?
No,
Or just
I think
Dr. K needs to stop?
No, I think that's an inevitable conflict of interest with a mechanic, a therapist, a doctor, whoever. Anyone who you're paying to fix somebody, they can say, oh, well, you know what, your plumbing, actually, we still need to replace one more pipe. That's going to be another $1,200. Anyone who's doing work of any sort like that can rip you off in that way, and a therapist is in a great position to do it. But
so your problem is how much money he's making doing this?
I just told you the fee from the patient is an inevitable conflict of interest. I agree with you there. However, Dr. K is introducing multiple other layers of conflicts of interest that incentivize him to act in ways that are not in the benefit of the patient and become exploitative and damaging.
I've heard that in a video. That is one of the points that I kind of disagreed with, but I think the reason we disagree here is we just have different conceptions of his intentions, I guess. Is because I remember watching him from the beginning, and to me it seemed pretty clear that he wanted to. I would agree with you that he definitely wanted to accelerate things, and that's why he's skirting the line, I guess. And his intentions, if let's say for example we believe everything he says, his intentions are to help as many people as possible. He mentioned many times on his stream that it's like AoE healing, right? He's a quote unquote gamer, whatever type of stuff. So I kind of understand that, and I understand if you're a person that achieves perhaps some professional peak of your career, you want to do more, faster, better, and help more people. And to me, it seems like since he was a gamer, since he was watching also other streamers, which he mentioned on his stream, for him it made sense to try and do this and see where it goes from there. And I feel like it unexpectedly blew up because as a streamer myself, I can tell you that it's very random, right? You can't you can't expect that. So and he kind of took it from there, and the extension of that would be to create his Healthy Gamer GG stuff and get therapists and stuff like that. I don't think that whatever he's doing is inherently against his main idea that he voiced in the beginning, and I would reject idea that he's getting people on his stream like that, like was suggested. It wasn't. It was a suggestion that it could happen. I'm gonna say that it wasn't like an outright fact of the matter, but that he could emotionally manipulate people he talks to get more drama and get more clicks and views. I don't think that's the case. Do you believe that's the case, that he did that, or is there just only a potential for him to do that? He did that maliciously, intentionally.
No, not maliciously. I don't know intentionally, but it seems pretty clear that he is trying to bring people to a traumatic, emotional place as early as possible when he first starts talking to a new person, which is probably pretty unusual with a in a therapy or actual doctor-patient relationship. I would doubt that somebody would do that.
Yeah,
so
no,
and he's incentivized to do that. So I would assume most people are not sobbing about their like childhood rape or whatever in their first therapy session, and there is a tendency for that to happen on Dr. K streams.
Well, as streamers is a pretty fucked up person, so I guess it's not really. He has an access to a subset of people that I think are really fucked in the head. But I wanted to ask you, not meaning to attack you or anything like that. I just wanted to ask. Do you sorry, I kind of lost my thought there, but yeah, I wanted to, I read a message. It's so I should I should not read a chat.
Oh yeah, don't read the chat.
Okay. Yeah, it's really bums you out.
I know.
Yeah.
It's upsetting.
Yeah, it's very upsetting. I wanted to ask. Okay, let's just jump to Lily Pichu stuff.
Okay.
The 3,000. I've heard you mention several times. I feel like what you're trying to say is that there's a misunderstanding there that could easily be had because you're saying, oh, you don't need to pay. It's like maybe I did you like a friendship kind of thing, or we have a different relationship. I feel like in that that was a transaction regardless. His idea is to AoE as much as possible, and by talking to big streamers, they do him a huge favor, and that's why he feels uncomfortable asking for money, because he already got something that he wanted. I feel like
you're
that
not
line
allowed
is
to.
pretty clear.
You're not allowed to do that as a therapist.
It is
you're
a
not
transaction,
allowed, you're not allowed to barter.
You're saying that if you're doing pro bono is like, I just did that because I like you.
You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to barter unless the circumstances dictate that. Like in a fishing village where nobody has any money, and so somebody could pay you in fish. If there's an extenuating circumstance that makes it so the patient can't pay. If the patient is wealthy, like Lily Pichu, it is considered unethical to barter with them.
Well, it is the whole setup of that.
I know.
Is not
the whole setup is
right?
the whole setup is inherently unethical. That's part of my problem with it. But to be an ethical
it's not unethical.
therapist,
It's just different from the regular therapy.
No, it's
just
forbidden.
Different. The transaction
no,
is still.
It's actually
place.
You're not allowed to do. I asked the ethics people. It's in the video. They said you can't barter unless the situation dictates that you have to barter. But if the person can otherwise afford it, and Lily Pichu certainly can, then it's unethical to establish a barter.
Okay. I understand. Is
bartering
it
relationship.
infallible? Is it infathomable to? I'm sorry, I probably misspoke that, but
Unfathomable
uh,
or
yeah,
unfathomable.
unfam and yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, yeah,
Is
yeah.
it to believe that that book doesn't really account for interaction like something like that on Twitch between people that trade views as currency?
It is unfathomable. Yeah, they would say that your doctor should not be trading views as currency. They would be horrified, and they would say the doctor should be trading money for therapy, not views. That creates that every person in that audience is another conflict of interest. It's a terrible idea.
Mm-hmm.
Like I get what you're saying, that like they just don't
Mm-hmm.
understand how like Twitch deals work, but
Mm-hmm.
and that's
I feel like
part
they
of the
don't understand, and streamers do.
yes,
I
but
think that
but
the
what
problem
what
there is.
the board
Mhm.
the ethics people will understand when they come in and start looking at this is they're going to be like, "Oh, this is really fucked up." Having an audience paying you in real time and commenting on what you're doing in real time based on how entertaining you're being is a terrible atmosphere for therapy. Especially if they're
I.
paying they're
Mhm.
paying the therapist in real time based on how entertaining the therapist the session is. That like I would say they do understand. It's us who doesn't understand. We are in denial about how fucked up this is.
Are you doing the same thing while you talk when you talk to people about their problems?
Yes,
Are you perhaps you're projecting?
perhaps. I wouldn't know if I was. Such is the nature of
That's true.
projection.
Uh, I wanted to just quickly make a point when, and I don't know the intricacies of how they work internally,
Okay.
but it seems to me that Dr. K is just there to have a conversation, and whatever happens, an auxiliary thing to set up the conversation, to talk to the streamer, to determine who is going to talk to who. I think that he's not participating in that, and he's just having the conversation, trying to devoid from making it entertaining and something like that. I feel like he's trying his best to be a professional in that sense, where
So
he's not.
are you saying it's just a conversation, or do you agree that it is therapy?
No, I agree. It's therapy.
Okay, okay.
I don't think anyone can say otherwise.
Okay.
It's
And so
it's
you're
clear
saying
cut.
okay, and you're saying that he is attempting to do therapy as responsibly as possible given the circumstances, and that I'm unfair.
He's trying to detach himself, yeah, as much as possible, and
Okay.
not like manipulate.
But what about the
put the
way he's
strings.
like I'm talking to you right now, I have the
Does he
chat hidden.
talk? Mhm,
I can't see the chat, but when he's talking to
same.
Reckful, he's looking at the chat and smiling and grinning and raising his eyebrows. So he could
Yeah,
hide the
that's.
he could hide the chat, right? But he doesn't.
Yeah, I think I would agree that that's kind of he shouldn't do that. I agree. I
Okay.
agree. But then yeah, I could definitely agree with some little like it's not little. It may be a major thing, right? But I would agree with some of the some of your points. But in a broader context, it's a little.
You
I'm
think
still not.
I'm going too far with
Yeah,
character assassination, basically?
yeah. I feel like you could. I feel like it's hard, definitely, to try and talk to a bigger creator, especially having some valid criticism, right?
Hmm.
Especially how they've been taking it. But I feel like you could have approached this in a way where you could have given him good advice and pointers where he would himself definitely agree with you as well.
And if I think he should be stripped of his titles and thrown out,
But that's the
is
thing
just
I want, and that's
but
another question I
but
wanted to
I
ask
do
you is,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, what do you want to do? Do you want to just punish him or do you want to help people?
I wanted
Because I
I
don't think
think
that's the same thing.
I do think they're the same thing. I think he needs to be stopped. And I want his audience
But
to
that's
sort
like
of
that's like
I don't,
instead of putting him in jail, you want to execute him
no, I don't want either. I
instead
don't
of
want him to go,
correcting his behavior.
I don't think it is correctable. I want him to stop. I don't want him to go to jail. I don't want any harm to come to him or his or
I mean
you or
figuratively jail.
I know, but I don't want to I don't want
Hmm.
to start using violent metaphors. I want him to be stripped of his position, his title. I want him to lose his sponsorship with Twitch, and I want him to stop doing these exploitative interviews.
Okay.
And I don't know how I don't know how I feel about his coaching business, but
Right.
I'm starting to sour on it.
It
More
seems
than a
like you're
little.
very content with his conversations, because I've heard you say that you're not against his lessons about psychology, like how it works, how the human
Yeah,
brain
yeah,
works,
that's
and stuff
fine.
like
If
that.
he just wants to give it a
Hmm.
lecture, yeah, totally.
Hmm. Okay. So you think that he's not a hack and he knows what he's talking about?
I think he is a hack and he doesn't know what he's talking about, but that's okay. He's allowed to be a hack who doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't
Okay.
have.
So
There's a
you're.
lot of
Mhm.
hacks who don't know what they're talking about. I don't need feeling. I don't feel the
You
same burning desire to go stop them all.
you have you ever thought that you're wrong and you're a hack in this situation and you don't know what you're talking about?
This occurs to me sometimes. Yeah.
I wanted. That's a question I wanted to ask when I got sidetracked. Is like I don't mean this as an attack or anything like that, but
I
what are
can
your
take it.
credentials? And yeah,
My
what are your
credentials.
credentials?
I have an
Like I assume you
undergrad.
haven't had a therapy session with a patient.
I have an undergraduate degree in psychology, and
Hmm.
I uh, edited my father's book about therapy.
But you never had a live session with a person.
I am not licensed. No,
Is is the,
I'm not a
was
licensed therapist, and I've never tried to become one. And I didn't go to grad school, so no.
you never had a practice run with a friend? I don't know.
I mean, listened to people talk about their feelings for sure, but I've never. No, I'm nothing you could call a therapy session.
What
I'm
I
not a
what I would
therapist.
mean what I would mean something like I remember you said like a story about you like having it was like damn, it was a story that some of your friends in a graduate school had some jokes about making other people uncomfortable and stuff like that. I was asking a question: if you and those other psychology majors, whatever, you had any practice run between each other, like a
No,
professional kind of to
no,
professional?
no,
You
no, no,
never like tried that?
no.
Nope. Okay. So is that safe to say that you don't really know how these things work from the inside?
Uh, sh- I don't know if that's true. I would say I've had quite a lot of exposure to therapy and therapists, and I have no official training on how they work from the inside. And if that means to you that I don't know what I'm talking about, then you might be right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um, all right. Well, okay. I have another question.
Okay, last one.
All right. Last one.
Because we got to start getting through these people.
Yeah, that's yeah. I'm really sorry for some of the people that came before, but I guess I look better if I can. Well, okay. Well, I don't want to listen. I think we struck a point. I had a lot of the questions, but I don't think we can get through them in the appropriate time. So I don't want to take more of your time. I enjoyed the conversation. I still am not convinced. I think it just the fundamental. It's my like closing statement, right? I think it
Okay.
just fundamentally. I believe that his intentions are good, and I am willing to close my eyes on some of the because this is a very nuanced conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I am willing to. I'm okay with closing my eyes on some of the things that he's doing, believing, and hoping that he is truly doing this with the goal to help as many people as possible. And you just don't think that, and that is the fundamental difference between you and all the people. And I'm not. I wouldn't say like I said that I'm not really a fan of anyone. I don't want to say that I like don't critically think about what Dr. K is doing and stuff like that. But I just think that that's the underlying difference. And if you wanted to, I don't know, make the platform better and like free some people from under the influence of like a maniacal manipulator. There's
Mm-hmm.
better. There's worse communities that you could have started with. For example, Hassan's. Other than other than Dr. K's. But I appreciate you. I think what you're doing is really cool in a sense that you're giving the other side the voice and you're willing to listen. And I enjoy the conversation and I wish you all the best, bud.
I wish you the best too, and I appreciate your feedback and your time.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, you too. Take care. Thank you for calling in, Dr. K fans. You're welcome. All right. We're gonna have to shorten these a little bit, which means I gotta talk less. I understand. All right, next. When Hassan hit video? I don't think I'm gonna do a Hassan hit video. How more you plan to do? I don't know. Until I fall apart or we run out of people. Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
Okay, how are you?
Doing all right. Is my mic okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Good. All right. Yeah. So, I guess I have some questions. I guess
Okay.
I'll give a background about, my story with Dr. K and then you. And then, yeah, I got a couple of questions. So,
Okay.
I guess with Dr. K, I started watching Dr. K in 2020, a bit before, all the Rectal stuff. It actually might have been after Rectal, but before Rectal suicide.
Okay.
And yeah, I really enjoyed it. So I personally, at the time, was in a difficult spot, and then I found Dr. K's content very helpful. And then at the time, I, was trying to get on a show and was like, "Oh, Dr. K is amazing," and I like probably to be honest, I probably idealized him, and was a huge fan. I was like, "Oh, I love this guy. He's amazing." And then, yeah, I forget if I actually asked or I just gave up trying to get on a show. But then at some point, I got into meditation because of him, and then he actually convinced me partially to go and get a real therapist. And then I feel like seeing a real therapist was one of the most life changing things I've ever done. And so, like, at least in part, I want to give credit to Dr. K for that. Yeah, and so when I first heard about this whole, uh, Dr. K is reckless thing, at first I was kind of like, get out of here. Dr. K is amazing. Yeah, and then okay, so I only started watching you fairly recently. I guess when you first talked to Destiny, that's how I found out about you. And then I've been watching you, and I do generally like your content. I'm a fan, and I like your approach. And I like that you seem to kind of take this. Let's try to bridge the divide in our nation and in our society. And let's try to humanize people that maybe we disagree with and stuff. And I'm a big fan of that, and I respect the fact that, for example, that like you talked to Richard Spencer, even though you strongly disagree with his views, and it's actually aligned with I recently started a YouTube channel, kind of with the same goal, let's say, to try to bring people together. And so I really appreciate your approach with that. But yeah, so I would say yeah, I was okay. I was pretty against you, and I was going to come on here and strongly fight for Dr. K. And then I actually watched your video with Erudite, and then I watched the whole like 4 hour thing. And by the end of it, I actually agreed with a lot of what you were saying. But I think the thing that I want to talk most about with you is Dr. K a net good? And I think that's a question that's worth kind of addressing and seeing if maybe there's a space for Dr. K to do things related to what he's doing, but maybe he can reel it in a bit. And so I guess like the first question I want to ask is, do you think that there's a space where someone can do something that resembles therapy, where you talk about someone's like kind of more intimate aspects of themselves and their childhood and their feelings on things in such a way that is responsible? Or do you think that that whole procedure is irresponsible, period?
I think you mean live on Twitch?
Right. Yep.
Let me Avi Bitterman, who was in my video, the doctor who I interviewed. Oh, he's typing right now.
Is that
Okay,
the
Avi, if you're
doctor with the
listening,
brown jacket?
Brown. No. That's a psychologist. Avi's an MD, and so he is writing something that is relevant right now. He said IRBs have approved far more insane shit than live streaming therapy. If the need is there, I'd be surprised if he couldn't get it approved. So I think this just speaks to the argument that Dr. K has to break the rules and has to go rogue in order to do the most good. So my issue, my problem with the net good question is that it's not my. I don't believe he is breaking the rules in service of good. I think he is breaking the rules in service of himself and at the expense of other vulnerable people. If he wanted to follow the rules, he could, but he's not. So
Yeah,
I don't want this to seem like I have some issues with the concept of live streaming therapy, but my problem is not like the core of Dr. K's mission. It's his flagrant disregard for the safety of the people that he exploits. That's my problem. And so the question, like, well, is it a net good? Well, no, his exploitative behavior is only harmful. So your question would make more sense to me if it was like, wow, Dr. K not knowing if he was Reckful's therapist after 5 sessions and leading him to believe he might travel to Europe with him. That was really harmful to Reckful, who later killed himself. But for the audience, the AoE of that was crazy. It's like, no, that's also harmful to the audience. That's just a harmful, shitty thing to do. And like, so I don't like the net good framing, because all of the stuff I'm criticizing him for is just destructive, harmful, selfish breaches of ethical rules. He's just hurting people when he does these things. Does he do other things that are not hurtful or harmful? Like, yes. Okay, here's Avi's response to your question. Whether Dr. K is a net benefit or not is not a reason to close one's eyes. Imagine if this happened in any other aspect of medicine. Imagine a surgeon who saved many lives and decided to operate on a patient he previously saved in his own home and messed up. He would get in big trouble for negligence even if he's a net positive on utility. This holds true even if the person he operated on is only alive because he previously saved him appropriately.
Okay, so I actually don't even disagree with you. So I think maybe the net good isn't actually the question that I'm interested in. It's more like,
thank God, because that's it makes my skin crawl.
No, sure.
I really don't like it.
Yeah, because I don't think, like, I'm not a ends justifies the means kind of guy. It's more like is it possible that there's actually a beneficial role of someone like Dr. K, whether it's literally Dr. K or not? Is there possible that, because, like, okay, one thing I can imagine is, let's pretend for a second that someone like Dr. K, who didn't have this experience with Reckful, and then we can come back to, given the fact that Dr. K did have this experience with Reckful, what his role could be. But if someone new comes into this space and tries to do a similar thing and tries to have something like quasi-therapy, do you think that there is a set of rules that we could put in place that regulates that and, like, keeps that under control so that it can have a positive effect and have this idea of AoE healing without being a problem? Because it seems like a lot of the ethical concerns.
I think this is even more damning to Dr. K, is there probably is an ethical way to approach this.
Okay, and then do you think that we could give Dr. K a chance to adhere to a new set of rules, or do you think that Dr. K essentially messed up so badly with Reckful that he's irredeemable now?
I think he's irredeemable. At the time that we talked, I'll tell you, Avi thought that he is reformable as a practitioner. I think he's irredeemable. I think it just, to me, once you're at the place where the only reason we're having the ethics conversation is because someone is dead, and you did not come to the ethics board and say, oh my God, like, did I screw this up? Like, how bad is this? What do I need to do to fix this? You just kind of moved on. To me, that shows such a flagrant disregard for ethics and rules, and in so much kind of arrogance and selfishness that like, no, I don't want to know what Dr. K's like next big idea is. If this is how he's going to conduct himself, I think he should be stripped of his license. I think he should just be done. Go do fucking something else. He's a smart guy. He could do anything else with his life. Talking about people's feelings with them, vulnerable people, so that he can help them should not be one of them. I don't think he should be a doctor.
Yeah, so because I think he's actually generally really good at that, and I would say
right. That's another thing is I don't even think that, but
like I guess one thing I do wonder then is go ahead.
Telling Reckful he's going to love him for 2 years based
That's
on a
horrendous.
study.
Yeah, man,
right. That's a horrendous
yeah.
thing to do. So like, why do we
Yes.
want somebody who would do that to be a doctor? We don't need him to be a doctor.
Right,
It just feels like this is coming from a place of personal affection for Dr. K. And I can understand that you can look, imagine somebody you don't care about. Okay. So somebody in another country that you've never been to. Okay. Have you ever been to Egypt?
No, never.
Okay. So there's an Egyptian doctor.
Whose
name you can't pronounce or understand.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, like this person lost their license because they did the following things. And I list all the they took donations from a vulnerable person. They were just setting up bartering in a way. They had an audience who was throwing money at them and blah blah blah. Okay, would you be like, well, now wait a second. I think revoking that person's license is going too far. That doesn't sound fair to me. You'd be like, oh yeah. I guess they should get their license revoked.
Okay, so you don't know me, but I would say actually that I think I don't know, like I believe generally in redemption, and I think it seems like your message otherwise is too. Like, okay, do you think there's anything that Dr. K could say or do to you for you to change your viewpoint? Like literally nothing at this point.
No.
And then
there has to be a line that once you cross it, you can't be a doctor anymore. There has to be.
Fine.
We agree on that, right?
Yeah, like I think if
so the question is where
fine.
Where should the line be,
agree.
and did Dr. K cross
it? Okay. Yeah, and okay, no, you're right. And then with Reckful, like I think there was a lot of wrongdoing with what happened with Reckful. And it's funny because I actually didn't really think about it until I watched your video and then heard you talk with Erudite. Because I remember watching the Reckful videos and thinking it was great. And I remember I did, it did give me pause about the...
You felt a little tickle somewhere, but,
No, I did, man.
Otherwise, it seemed basically okay.
Well, okay.
I know
like
if you're not familiar with the rules, like if you don't know therapy ethics, then it's not gonna jump out at you as like, what the fuck is going on here? So I understand that.
No, I agree. Yeah. And at the time, this was before I ever even experienced therapy. But then, I've been in therapy now for about a year and a half, and so I have a better idea of what the system is and psychology.
Yeah, I hope your therapist has not told you that you have you might have borderline personality disorder, and maybe we should get into a relationship for 2 years. Oh wait, I meant romantic relationship.
know,
Scratch that. What if we were friends? We could go to Japan together. Oh wait, no, scratch. You know what? Let's just talk about. Why don't you just do some breathing exercises? I hope to fuck that's not happening to you.
Yeah, no, it's
That would be weird.
And then and in a lot of ways, it's like, okay, borderline personality disorder. It's like the one thing you don't do to someone with BPD is like their biggest fear is abandonment. So
yes,
then
is to promise to be there for them forever and then
like,
dump them.
I'm
It's
not
fucking horrible.
I am not trying to say that that's in any way not anything other than terrible, but like terrible is a strong word. Maybe terrible is actually appropriate, but
I think it's a pretty appropriate word.
No, I think you might be right, but then I would say, I don't know. Like, I still think Dr. K, like, it seems like he's recognized, okay, what he did was pretty bad. He's reeled things in.
How do you know he recognized that? When did he recognize
just based
that?
on his actions. Like, I mean, like, why do you think he reeled things in a bit? He's, like, doing less interviews.
Self-protection.
Well, how is that different than recognizing?
When Dr. K said, I could lose my license, he didn't say, oh, if I screw up and somebody kills themselves, because I'm playing with fire here. If somebody kills themselves, I'll never be able to live with that. I'll have to carry that guilt with me for the rest of my life, that I hurt an innocent person who was looking for help, and because of my fucking flouting of the ethics guidelines, that they might be dead because of me. He doesn't say that. He just says, "Oh, I might get in trouble now."
No, sure. And
so the calculation.
Okay, now I'm curious about something with you. Like, it seemed like when I was watching the erudite video, like, you made this argument, you constantly are making this argument that essentially that intentions don't matter. But now it seems like intentions do matter, because what you're saying is the fact that
you are bringing up his intention. You said
you were.
Dr. K seems to realize. You're bringing up his intention as an art. Like, I don't think intentions matter. I want his license done. I want him done. It's over and shut. Case closed. You are the one saying, well, what if it's true that he's reformable? In which case his intentions probably do matter a little bit more. And you're like, what if he has been accountable for what happened with Reckful? What if he has recognized that what he did is wrong? And so I'm entertaining this thought experiment with you, where there's a universe where Dr. K has acknowledged that he did something wrong, and I'm saying where I don't see that. And you said, well, through his yes, and you said his actions, and I'm saying, only as a counterexample to what you're saying, if you look at the way Dr. K talks about the rules and the safety of the people he talks to, it is exclusively, I think, from what I've seen, his only concern is his own safety. His only concern is, well, their family, the family of the dead person, the corpse that I fucking step over on my rise to fame and stardom, their family might sue me. And that to me, that is not, that explains to me why he's pulling back on these interviews. Not because he's like, oh shit, I really hurt somebody and I need to
right, but isn't
make sure I don't hurt anybody else because I don't want to hurt people. I don't hear him saying that, and I don't see any evidence that he cares.
Well, right, but that's intentions, right? Because you're saying cares. Like, because I'm saying his actions.
Yes, I'm engaging in a conversation with you about his intentions, but I don't actually really care about them. In terms of how I would make the decision to revoke his license, I would say, you did what? Okay, you're done. You want to talk about his intentions, so I'm willing to have that conversation with you, but I genuinely
don't care about his intentions. I only care about, like, really kind of the outcomes and actions. And I would say that his actions seem to align with the fact that he recognizes wrongdoing, and that, you know, he's modified the way that he does his content. He's reeled in the interviews a lot. And, like, okay, I can imagine a world where if Dr. K essentially makes it way more clear that what he's doing is in no way a substitute for therapy with a licensed professional, and that it's something
but just by coaching with my unlicensed professionals, are you still okay with that?
Okay, the just part, no.
Okay, you could buy coaching with my unlicensed professionals, or you could go see a therapist.
I think his coaching is still helpful, right? And it's okay. What I would say is it's something like, I think it depends on what your problem is. You know,
you're saying you think that there's a healthy path forward for everybody, and where Dr. K stops doing the bad parts of what he's doing.
Well, okay, right. And then I also would say something like this: is that okay? Would you agree that the current mental health situation is problematic, and that we need new ideas because the old ideas are not sufficient?
I reject the premise that telling your patient that you're going to cure their BPD by loving them for 2 years is a new idea.
Look, man, that's a terrible idea. I already conceded.
Okay, so what? Yeah. Avi already said, here, I'll read it to you again. IRBs have approved far more insane shit than live streaming therapy. If the need is there, I'd be surprised if he couldn't get it approved. Sure, if Dr. K wants to be an innovative researcher who then paves the way for some new treatment, great. But he didn't do that. He just broke the rules. And the rules he's breaking are not to help people. They're just to line his pockets, and they end up hurting people. So I reject your frame. You just keep slipping back to, like, no, Dr. K he's gone rogue because he has a really good idea about how to help people. No, there is a research process that he could participate in, and the rules he's breaking are just rules he probably would have broken in private anyway.
Well, these research processes usually take a very long time. Like, it's not like
then God,
so
okay. So now you're saying you're against research because it's too slow, and we should just fucking try stuff out. Well, what if somebody kills themselves? What if somebody kills themselves? Is that some kind of disincentive to you to like maybe just trying stuff out isn't a good idea after all?
Yeah, but that can happen in research trials too, when you have. Like,
okay. So then then whatever. I guess just whatever, and people should do whatever. Like I don't agree with you.
No, I get that. I can tell that you don't agree with me.
Okay, good. I just want to make that abundantly clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, but
is there anything? Is there? I think we should wrap this up. Do you have any? Do you want the final word? You can have it.
Okay, I actually wonder if I can shout out my YouTube channel, and then if you're willing to let me potentially post this content.
If
I'm asking permission before I do it, but yeah.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. My YouTube channel is Nicholas E. Sherman. That's my name. And then, I appreciate the conversation. And then, hopefully we can have more in the future.
My YouTube channel is called Fuck Ethics. Okay. It's good talking. Good to meet you. Take care.
Alrighty.
Thank you for your time. All right, bye. I remember the early days when you were telling Destiny how you wanted to change the way people communicated on Twitch. Right now, right this second, you've lost the battle. You're doing exactly what you said you wanted to change. Because I'm shouting? You think I'm being unempathetic? Fuck you! Next! No, maybe you're right. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I will think about it. But next. Have you considered the possibility that Dr. K is doing net good? I haven't thought about that.
Hello?
Hello.
Is my audio and stuff all okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Nice, man. Okay. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm going to adjust my camera. I can still hear you. You can talk if you want, or you can wait. It's up to you.
I'll wait. Just to give you time.
I'm zooming in because this is getting more personal. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a back and forth? Do you want me to just listen, or do you have questions?
So a bit of both. I would, if you could start with a question and then kind of move into a back and forth, if that's okay with you.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so let me just get So, do you think that there's some ethical boundaries and rules set that sort of limit the ability to educate people about psychology?
No. I think, as I was just saying, that the research process required could slow things down.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you could consider that a limitation, but I think the safety afforded by that is paramount.
Okay, that's fair. Correct me if I'm wrong. You weren't able to get any like therapist in your video to talk about that due to ethics reasons? Is that correct, or is that wrong?
Yeah, therapists have ethical concerns with commenting directly on the behavior of other therapists and doing things like diagnosing people publicly. Like, they're supposed to be real reserved in their public statements, but they could. So yeah, no therapist wanted to speak directly about Dr. K. They were, however, made aware of the situation, and they knew that I was making a documentary criticizing Dr. K for breaking these rules. And the questions they were asked were only directly, kind of like appearing as like a expert witness in like a trial. Like,
yeah.
you know why you're answering the question, but you're only answering the question.
Does it seem strange to you that it's ethically wrong to talk about someone who's breaching ethics?
No, but the problem is that no board has determined that he is breaching ethics. So it's like a journalist calling someone a murderer before they've gone to trial. So
Oh, yeah. So innocent proven guilty kind of thing.
yeah, exactly. Like they can't decide for themselves that he's breaching ethics. They just have all they can do is talk about that. Like at a trial, but during the trial, the witness can only say these are the rules, and if you were to do this, you would be breaking them, and that's kind of as far as they can go.
Okay, that's fair. Do you think so? Do you think that it's possible that some ethical rules are in place not to protect patients but to prevent liability?
It is possible, but I stuck to the ones that are there to protect patients, and according to the experts I interviewed, they are indeed there to protect patients.
Okay, and in that case, does breaching ethics that are in place to prevent liability constitute abuse?
The ethics rules to protect liability, kind of, because the patient it ultimately comes back to the patient's ability to have recourse if something goes wrong. So I would say that still comes back to the care of the patient. It's not immediate care in the doctor-patient relationship, but ultimately liability is the path to making things right when a patient's been wronged.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think you've probably swayed me on this topic a little bit, and I think this conversation you can probably convince me. Well, what's funny about that?
It just makes me uncomfortable.
No,
I don't like
I'm just saying.
I don't like winning arguments. It makes me uncomfortable. I like almost winning arguments. I feel like I'm at my best when I'm like just losing by just a little bit.
No, I think that my lack of experience probably is, I feel like you understand the topic more than I do, so I'm giving you that branch.
Okay.
In your conversation with Not So Erda, you didn't really engage in the question of what is therapy. Can I ask why?
What, I just started screaming or something?
No, as in you didn't agree that it's possible to see therapy as sort of, I guess her insinuation that it was sort of murky waters, and you didn't agree with that.
Oh, okay. The first rule is you and you have to be clear on whether you're doing therapy or not. And so your job is to make it not murky. And so there can be no, if you're a therapist, there can be no one who, if I'm like, hey, is that person your patient? You can't be like, well, I don't know, kind of. It has to be, yeah, they are my patient, and so I do all the shit you're supposed to do with patients. Or no, they're not my patient, and I do all the shit I'm supposed to do with people who are not my patient. If the answer is I don't know, and you see Dr. K explicitly telling Reckful, I don't know, do I want to be your doctor? Do I want to be your friend? Then you're in the red zone. That's bad. You can't do that. So it can't be murky. Your job is to take something that, yes, is inherently murky and unmurkify it.
If there are like different models of like therapeutic practice, though, would that not indicate that there isn't like a general consensus of what therapy is? Or would you disagree with that?
I would disagree with that just because, if I believe in doing CBT therapy and you're saying, like, no, I'm doing psychoanalysis, like that doesn't mean that I don't know that you're doing therapy. It's just a different kind of therapy.
Would it be possible?
There seems to be a broad this is not something I ran into with the therapist. They weren't like, well, when someone's doing a different style of therapy, if you don't think it is therapy, then we've got a real problem. I think I don't think that is a real question when that the medical board is going to be looking at, of like, what if this is just a new style where you tell the person you don't know if they're your doctor?
Yeah, okay,
right? That's not a stylistic choice. That's just, at its baseline, he didn't know if Reckful was his patient or not, and Reckful didn't know either. Sorry, go ahead.
What would you have in that case? What would you have done if you were in Dr. K's position?
If I could go back in time and try to save Reckful's life, I wouldn't be in Dr. K's position in the first place. But if you're saying that if I was teleported into Dr. K's body,
Yeah.
at which point, when do I get to take over?
Reckful comes to you and he says, "Hey, I'm interested in doing some sort of, live stream therapy session," and now the sort of person interviews that you would be already doing. How would you feel about that?
I would say I can't do a live stream therapy session, but I can do a live stream educational conversation about therapy.
Mm-hmm.
If you're curious, if and then he would say, well, I've had a really bad experience with therapy. And I would say, oh, well, what happened. Tell the audience what happened. And then he starts talking about his brother who killed himself. And I would say, you know what? I don't know that you're in a place where you can have the conversation that I'm allowed to have. So I can have a conversation with you about therapy, like a meta conversation, but it sounds like you're trying to actually have a therapy conversation. So if you want to have a therapy conversation, I know a really good person, or I'm connected to, I'm a Harvard hotshot, so I know all kinds of people. I can find you somebody who probably doesn't fit your mold of what a doctor's like, Reckful. I can find you somebody in Austin who you can talk to about this shit, who is not like a old person who doesn't understand or whatever, or they are old but they do understand. Like basically, I would just say, like, I want you to put some faith in me in this conversation. And whatever you are willing to do with me in front of these thousands of people, I want you to take a risk and let me refer you to somebody really good who can help you.
Do you not think if it was that easy, he would have already had one? Like, if from Reckful's point of view, why would you talk to a mental health professional if you feel that if they perceive that you're going to harm yourself, they're going to commit you against your will again?
He was talking to Dr. K. I mean, on session 5, he said, I want you to be my therapist. He said, I'll have friends, but maybe I need a therapist. Maybe I really do need a therapist. So he was convincible. At some point, he became convinced.
Sure,
that he needed
but
a therapist.
I would ask you, why do you think that is? And if
some part of him wanted to live. He did want to get better, and
so he.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I interrupted you. Sorry.
Oh, I think he wanted to get better, and I think you can. I think more than just somebody to love him for 2 years. I think Reckful needed somebody who wanted him to live, and who was willing to sit with him through the ugliness. Reckful is a people pleaser. It's very obvious in his sessions. He's very non-confrontational, and then he lashes out with like really mean, cutting comments at Dr. K or whoever he's talking to, like super passive aggressive. And I think he needed somebody to really sit with him through that and go for the long haul and show him that, like, once nice Reckful kind of wears out and you're left with like the person you think nobody wants to deal with, that to me there was like the path forward for Reckful's treatment. But which you inherently can't do with an audience, because the audience doesn't want to see the ugly side. Reckful's whole problem is that he thought, one of his many problems, that he thought nobody loved him for him. Nobody wanted to see the ugly side. Nobody could stand the ugly side. And so no amount of friendship from his chat is ever going to fill that hole, because the chat just wants you to be entertaining. They don't want to see the ugly side either. And so it reinforces that like twisted kind of thinking. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think it's possible that the only form of, I guess, I kind of accept that it's therapy. Did you think that the only form of therapy Reckful would have engaged in was if it was live streamed? Initially. Because of the unique character traits that he would have. I think he's an extremely unique example.
It's possible, which is why I answered your hypothetical with, I could see a therapist on a live stream referring Reckful to somebody who can really take him on. And I think Dr. K could have done that. Maybe it would have been harder in the first session. I think he's ethically bound to do so. By the 4th or 5th session, I think he would have had a much better chance of saying, like, maybe at that point, I think he could have gone to some colleagues or to a ethics board and said, look, I've got myself in kind of a sticky situation, but I want to take this person on as a patient. Do you see a problem with that? What do you think is the best thing to do? I think you probably needed to consult at that point. If you really believe I'm the only person that he'll talk to at this point, but he didn't do that, and I also don't know that Dr. K has like the toolkit to really see that through. I've never seen Dr. K allow a interviewee to get angry with him.
Yeah, I agree.
And it seemed really clearly to me, Reckful also was really deprived throughout his life of the experience of being able to get angry with somebody and still feel like they love him. And I don't know that Dr. K was going to be able to provide him with that, because I've never seen him do it with anybody. In a way, they're kind of like eerily similar.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think you've answered that pretty well. Am I able to answer another question? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So, give me a second. How would you feel if I say you will probably become inadvertently an advocate for hate against Dr. K, and that it's probably already begun?
Ashamed and guilty.
That's fair. Do you feel responsible for that?
Yes.
Okay, and do you agree with the assertion that it's probably already begun?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that you probably could have done a better job in your video to prevent that?
Probably.
Yeah, so
I'm not going to say I'm perfect.
If I agree that it's okay to say you're not perfect, I think it borderlines on like it's almost disingenuous. It's almost purposeful.
I don't know how I. Okay, am I purposefully?
Yeah, and I have an example to back it up if that's okay.
What, the zoom ins on the chat?
Yeah. So when you zoom in on things like the blood is on your hands, your fans are probably going to insinuate that you are blaming Dr. K for Reckful's suicide. And I think that's incredibly harsh. I think that's an incredibly harsh statement to make. I don't know how you could.
I'm making harsh statements. I think Dr. K is culpable in Reckful's suicide.
What if I said
due to
Dr. K's? If I said due to Reckful having his conversation to Dr. K, he lived a month longer than he would have without it. What would you respond with that?
I don't agree. And
but
it doesn't matter. I would say it doesn't matter. I think that if Reckful had a real therapist or a real doctor committed to him, not exploiting him, not using him, actually committed to the real doctor-patient relationship, I think that he could be alive right now.
But do you think that's kind of almost a pointless argument to make if you can't really prove it, right? As in, my argument is just
you can't prove what you
yours.
No,
yeah,
that's why we have the
ethics.
That's why we have the ethics rules.
Okay.
That's why there's a law against drunk driving. You don't know what would have happened if you'd been sober, but if you drunk drive and you kill somebody, you have to pay.
Okay, I think that's fair.
So I am trying to stoke anger against Dr. K. I do not want to stoke hate. I do not want, if you hurt Dr. K, you are hurting me. If you attack Dr. K, harass Dr. K, you are harassing me. I do feel responsible for it, and I don't want it to happen. I am angry at Dr. K, and I do think that people should be angry at Dr. K, but they should carry or express that anger in a way that is responsible.
So I would say that saying that is fine, that you don't want to promote hate against Dr. K. If you inadvertently do that, I don't know if I care that you have said that you don't want to do that, especially if that's like almost a clear intention.
I'm not saying it to defend myself against you. I'm saying it to try to stop it.
I don't think it achieves that. I think that once you set an action like that in motion, there's not much you can say. When you zoom in on things like the blood is on your hands and the Oscar goes to Dr. K, how could you possibly deem that as not spreading hate towards him? What would be your explanation towards those zooming in on those kind of statements?
To show that there are people even in that moment that thought he was lying and thought he was culpable in Reckful's death, just as I think he was. But I wanted to show the futility of feeling like as I've spoken to many people who have tried to make this public, who have tried to bring this to light, and for one reason or another, usually due to fear of the crowd, all those purple hearts stop. They give up. They're afraid of reprisal, or they're afraid of being banned from Twitch or or being sued, some other horrible consequence that they feel that Dr. K's extreme clout will bring to them.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to show that, and I want to show that he did all of this in public on the world stage or on the Twitch stage or whatever, YouTube stage, and so that the popular opinion needs to change there in tandem with the professional consensus.
Yeah, I guess to explain my position more, my position is that I think he's wrong. I think that he's breached like ethics violations. Two, I think he's fucked. I think he probably will lose his license, and Healthy Gamer will get shut down and whatever in some form. But my problem is with the approach that you're taking is just like it seems so incredibly poor.
Why? Other than the zoom in on the chat, what do you mean?
So one, the video doesn't actually. I don't know if this necessarily matters. I would wonder how you'd feel about this. Why didn't you put your opinion in the video? Why is there not a voiceover of you explaining your position?
Because to many people in Dr. K's community, my face is a disgusting face of a pedophile rapist. And
sure.
And there's no reason for me to. So that's one. And two, I didn't want to overextend myself in my argument. If you don't see what I see, if you don't think the case is made by the rule and then the clip, me saying it's there is not going to make you see it. Maybe for some people, but I think more likely it's going to make you feel like I'm reaching, and it just doesn't add anything.
You think explaining your position would come across as reaching? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I do. I think these are subtle rules and subtle interactions, and there's no moment. It's not like Dr. K is not allowed to say this word and then he said it. It's a more subtle than that and more nuanced. And if you can't put it together yourself, it's not going to really matter if I put it together for you, and or be convincing. And if you do put it together yourself, I think that click is more convincing of seeing that nobody's telling you what to think, other than through the editing.
I disagree.
Yeah, the editing's telling you what to think, and the context for sure. You already know what I think. But to feel like on some level you are also putting it together, I think that's much more compelling as an argument. And there's just people who don't want to look at my fucking annoying face, and I don't want to make them. The video.
I don't think your face needs to be in it, but.
Or hear my annoying voice. The audience for the video largely is Dr. K's fans. I'm trying to provide an explanation when they watch their hero get chopped down by the medical board, if that happens. I do not want them, and you can see in some of these calls, people have turned on the ethics. They're turning on ethics themselves. That's how fucking far down the Dr. K rabbit hole they are. That they're like, well, if anybody who's against Dr. K, fuck them. And I want to give them some kind of explanation of you can like Dr. K, you can love Dr. K, that's fine. But these rules matter. This is what they are. Mm-hmm. This is why they matter. And this is why he's probably going to be facing some consequences for what he's done.
Can you disagree with that?
Can somebody watching it disagree with that?
No, as in, can you disagree with the ethical boundaries set? I don't agree that he can breach them until it's changed, but would it be fair for him to advocate for change?
Sure, but that's why I'm asking every person, do you think that you should be able to do therapy outside of a doctor-patient relationship? Or practice medicine outside of a doctor-patient relationship?
I think it probably occurs, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm asking, do you think there should be a rule? The first rule in the fucking book is you have to have a doctor-patient relationship before you start doing psychotherapy as a doctor. Do you think that's a bad rule?
No.
Okay, me neither. So the patient, you're not supposed to have a blurry relationship where the patient doesn't know if they're your friend or your patient. Do you think that's a bad rule?
No.
Do you think that a doctor should take a $3,000 donation from his patient who's very vulnerable and emotionally attached to them? Or do you think we should say, hey, don't take donations from patients, which is what we're doing now? The rule is you can't take donations from a therapy patient or even a regular patient. Like, that seems like a good rule, right?
Yeah, I don't have the context for that, but yeah, in the way you're framing it, yeah, it does seem like a good rule, yeah, sure.
Right. So that's so I part of the another reason I'm trying to make argument I'm trying to make in the video, and I guess right now, is Dr. K is not protesting these rules. He's just breaking them.
I agree.
It's not.
Okay,
Okay.
to be
Sorry,
clear,
go ahead.
my criticism is that that there are things in the video that are unnecessary to that point, if you understand what I mean.
Like what?
Well, the zooming in on the chats would be the major one, right?
Yeah, I see a lot of people are hurt by that.
I'm not hurt by it. I don't have any. I wouldn't say I'm a Dr. K fan. I'm a Dr. K neutral, to be clear. But
Are disgusted by it.
I think it's extremely disingenuous. I don't understand how you could put that in with like good intentions. That's my problem.
Do you think that dismantling Dr. K's career is a good intention?
Do I think that dismantling Dr.
Like I'm acting as a prosecutor. Like, you understand that, right? Like, I'm not trying to. I'm on the prosecution. I am working the case slowly, methodically, putting together the evidence that will most likely bring you, the jury, to the conclusion that Dr. K is done. He should be done, and he is done. And like,
Yeah,
that's
I agree.
yeah. So like, if you think that's a bad intention, then like, yeah, I have bad intentions. But I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to stoke hate, though. I'm trying to get a guilty verdict. But I see why you're saying what you're saying, and that I went too far. And I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, and I would argue that's probably just that. I think most of the video is pretty decent. To be fair to you, I don't want to paint the picture that I think the whole video is inciting hate against Dr. K. That's not my position. It's
Okay,
that I
just some
think that
parts of it.
yeah, I just think that specifically, it's like I don't understand how that could be perceived as anything other else than inciting hate. But you know, if you don't have a problem with that, I suppose it doesn't really matter.
Well, it's something for me to think about.
Yeah, sure. I think that's everything. I appreciate having this conversation with me. I enjoyed it.
I don't know if I enjoyed it because it's fucking disturbing, but I don't.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't my
I don't
intention.
enjoy it. No. I'm not trying to say that you're enjoying something sick. I'm saying
okay.
that I'm saying the challenges you are making to me are disturbing, and it's something I need to think about. I don't know that I'll enjoy it, but I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, man. Thanks for having this conversation with me. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks for coming on.
I'll see you.
All right, bye. Okay, we've got a new message from Avi. He says, Dr. Bitterman, therapy has elements of vagueness. There are elements of therapy that take place in real life, and there are elements of real life in therapy. The fact that therapy is vague doesn't mean that it doesn't have clear, obvious areas at either end. The fact that there are different types of therapy and disagreements about appropriate different therapeutic modalities doesn't either. We haven't precisely defined and agreed upon the exact point where highly sexual scenes and porn scenes begin. Oh, highly sexual scenes end and porn scenes begin. That doesn't mean we can't tell the difference between a sex scene and a porn film at the clear ends. The fact that different types of porn exist doesn't change any of this either. So, yeah. The fact that there's something that might be sort of therapy doesn't mean that there are things that are definitely therapy and definitely not therapy. And that's why the rule is there, because there are things that are sort of therapy, and it is your ethical duty to avoid those things. Avi sounds based as fuck. We're going to have him on at some point. He said he's busy. I invited him on the stream, and he said he's busy. So when he stops being busy, hopefully he'll come on. Um. Okay. I need to take a short break. And so I'm going to leave you with I'm going to put a video, like you're a little kid. I'm going to put a video on the iPad for you. Oh, wait, it's got copyrighted stuff in it. Fuck. All the videos I want to show you that wouldn't completely derail this. Even my own songs are copyrighted. Oh, I'll just play the play hand washing. No, that's inappropriate.
Would entail.
You know what?
Have you seen the new?
I'll just play the documentary. I've never shown something on my. I've never done this before. I don't know how to do this. Probably be faster just to like leave. Yeah. Okay, you can watch the beginning of the video. I'll be back.
Have you seen the new stream by Harvard psychiatrist Dr. Kanoja? It's really cool. He helps gamers on stream. I'd love to see you have a conversation with him. He's starting nowish. Yeah, I would talk to him. That sounds interesting. Should I try to talk to him right now?
Who is Rectful?
Oh shit.
Yeah, sure. We can talk to Rectful. So tell
That's
me
interesting.
what are we talking about today, buddy?
Well,
And what am I calling you Rectful?
You can call me Byron if you want.
What do you prefer?
Yeah, I've dealt with depression my whole life, pretty much. I mean, since I was like 14, and I'm 30
Okay.
now.
Okay.
And a bunch of people in my chat were telling me I should call you.
Okay.
So here I am.
And by the way, so a couple of ground rules. So I'm a psychiatrist, but I can't treat your depression over the internet,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Gotcha.
And then the other thing is I tend to ask a lot of questions. If there's anything that you don't feel comfortable answering, just don't answer it. And just let me know.
Okay.
So tell me, what do you mean by depression? Let's start there.
Well, I've been diagnosed with bipolar type 2.
Ah.
And when I was 6, my brother killed himself. He also had it.
How old was he?
He was 21. It's a very big age gap.
Okay.
And then because of that, when I've gone to get treated, they never give me SSRIs. I've never tried an SSRI because he's tried an SSRI, and then that happened after.
I'm back. Okay, baby, I'm ready for the next one. Hi, horses.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Okay. So disclaimer. I have no idea how good of an idea this is right now because I'm actually quite high and I'm not sure where I'm going to take this conversation. So I'd like to endeavor cautiously, but I've given it a lot of thought. And
I'm uncomfortable with this.
yeah, okay, you're allowed to be. Would you like me to stop?
I want you to stay on topic. I don't want you to start divulging shit about yourself. I don't want you to talk about yourself. I want you.
Okay. Okay.
So,
no, it's okay.
So you got a question or a comment?
Well, I have a take.
Okay.
So I have a different perspective than you because I
Okay.
actually grew up on Reckful, and I saw his whole experience, and then I saw his experience through Dr. K, and I love them both as people. And sorry, I'm getting like pinged. And so when I was exposed to you, I liked you very much because you were brave in your opinions, and you weren't afraid to say things that others might not want to hear, and that's like a really rare trait in a person. And I actually think interestingly that you and Dr. K might be cut from the same cloth in that way, and maybe I could convince you to see Dr. K in that light.
Probably not.
Probably not.
But carry on.
Okay, let's start at the beginning. Because
Okay.
I have a fun observation. So I saw your first exposure to Dr. K. I saw like the live reaction. I think it was in context of a Reckful clip. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, so I was exposed to that reaction, and I remember your initial reaction. And your initial reaction after watching that short clip was that Dr. K was taking advantage of people for money in order to get fame. Well, fame and fortune.
I'm a quick study.
You're a quick study, but that was your first intuition. Is that right?
I don't know. If you say so. I don't remember.
Um, okay. Well, I guess we could move on from there. But
Okay.
hmm, I don't know, man. I think that you don't like to trust people initially, especially when they're really smart. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I could I actually think I'm pretty trusting. I guess I disagree with you.
Oh, I see. Okay. I think I might be actually too high for this conversation. I'm feeling some silences, and I feel like my brain might be wandering. Uh,
What do okay.
so maybe I should just take my leave.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Well,
I'll
I
let you move on
understand
to the
that.
next
Yeah.
guest.
Yeah, take care of yourself. Get, make some chicken nuggets or whatever and enjoy
Yeah,
the
man,
show.
for sure, for sure. Cool. Well, I appreciate your voice, and
Well,
thank you for sharing.
you're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Take care.
You too. He seems like a nice young man. Hey, baby, I'm ready for the next one. We gotta get out the breathalyzer. I think Baby probably is doing something else. He probably assumed that call was going to last longer, but it didn't. All right, Baby, I'm ready when you are. I don't know if you are aware of this, so bring in the next person. But until then, I'll just talk to chat. I'm calling in on ketamine soon. Be ready. Okay. Therapy is a spectrum. Sing you a song. What do you think Dr. K can change for the better? Stop breaking the ethics guidelines. Oh, hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, hi. Yeah, I can hear you. I was just muting the stream so I can talk to you on Discord.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I can hear you.
Yeah, cool. I actually didn't know that I'd be talking. I just kind of like joined in, but I'm kind of down to have a conversation with you. Sounds good.
All right, cool. Well, welcome.
Yeah. So, oh Jesus, I'm actually a little nervous, but yeah. So basically, like, I've been in
Hey,
there.
you want to take a second? There's no time pressure. This stream's been going on for 3.5 hours, so
Yeah, I've been watching most of it. I think I missed like one or two callers, but yeah, like.
I think we're settled in. So like, there's no hurry. If you want to think for a second, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of have like a few, I've been kind of like keeping up with you for most of this. And yeah, I guess I could sort of like kind of like throw my thoughts out there. Like initially, my reaction, well, I've been in the coaching program for a healthy gamer for like 48 weeks, right? Like it's been more than a year for me being
You've
in their program.
Okay, so you're a client.
Yeah, I am. In their group coaching, for the record.
Okay.
Yeah, and initially, whenever I started watching Dr. K, like I've been a fan of Reckful too since for a long time. And when I initially started watching Dr. K, I think like I discovered him watching Reckful, so like that was like my introduction to him. And
Mm-hmm.
like I would say like, I share a lot of the concerns that you have, especially initially when I was watching it. I was like, what is this? This is kind of like strange. And eventually I just kind of like hopped into it. Um, Yeah, I was gonna say like so like a few things. I think one of them was that you made a few comments earlier, like in these with the other callers. I think it was like, why is he streaming? Like why is he like putting this up on display and kind of like doing therapy with other people? And like for the record, I'm not entirely sure if like what he's doing is therapy. It kind of seems like it whenever I watch like his actual live streams and his interviews. I think it could sort of like border on the fact that he is doing therapy, but like
Mm-hmm.
the definition of therapy, I think, is just very, there is no there. It's just so all over the place. So sorry, like I'm like kind of like jumping all over the place, but I also kind of want to just say like I've been in therapy for a long time. I've had like a lot of like different experiences, different therapists. So like whenever I think of therapy, I have like these experiences that I can go back on, like what is therapy, right? And then I can also kind of compare that to being in the healthy gamer coaching and seeing how therapy is in, or like the coaching program is in there too, right? And in the group coaching, I would say that most people that I see in the group coaching are also in therapy. Like they're seeing a therapist and they're kind of like coming together in this like group coaching thing to kind of like get support from each other. Um, but I know that this is like mainly about like, I don't want to like go off topic to all over the place. But you
Mm-hmm.
kind of like talk about, Dr. K did something that basically got Reckful to kill himself, one of his clients to kill himself, and he kind of displayed it in public, and um, that's that's bad, right? Like your point is that it's bad that he kind of displayed it in public.
Well,
And
yeah,
yeah,
so there's basically some like core ethical rules, and Dr. K broke a bunch of them, and then the the patient committed suicide. So I don't want to say it caused him to commit suicide. I don't believe that, but I certainly don't think it helped, and I think that he bears some culpability in that.
yeah. Like you contributed to it.
Yeah.
I could say like, watching it, it's tough because I could say like I kind of agree with you in the sense that there were a lot of different aspects that definitely seemed like he he could have done something, or like he contributed, especially that moment wherever he kind of says like I'll be your friend, and then takes that back, and it's like kind of this back and forth. And whenever I hear you talk about like he basically told this person that was like suicidal and like depressed that um, I'll be your friend, and then takes it back. It's like I could totally empathize with that. Like that did happen and probably did contribute to it. But I also want to like say that being in like I've had moments in my own um, life. I don't know if this is like if this is okay to kind of like share. But basically, like I've been with a therapist in my past where it was like, oh yeah, I'm kind of like feeling suicidal or whatever it is, and the therapist was basically just like, all right, get out of my office, like leave, please, like go to someone else, like you need to, I can't treat you anymore, and I've had reactions like that a few times, and it's just like, okay, well, I can't like trust therapists, like how is this therapy, like it just kind of like you kind of share this sentiment where a therapist is supposed to be kind of like holding you. You're in like their care. They're supposed to be taking care of you. But I've had
Yeah.
lots of these like therapists where I just feel completely betrayed and just like screwed over. And I've had pretty good therapists too that do different types of therapy, right? Like you can go to a therapist, you can get like psychotherapy where it's like they kind of like put you down, you're doing the whole Freudian thing. It's like they kind of
Hmm.
talk to you about like what is your past, what's your family like, what's your what's your childhood like, and how did that kind of like contribute to like who you are now and why you do the things that you do. And then there's other types of therapy where it's just like, how was your week, how are things going. They just kind of like counsel you, and like, I don't know if like, what do you consider therapy? Like with what I just said, like in those two things, right? Like there, even that quote that you just had with that Ari guy, he kind of said like,
Avi, yeah.
there are different, yeah, Avi,
Yeah. Yeah.
uh, there are different therapeutic modalities. So there are
Hmm.
different ways to kind of like perform therapy. So
Definitely.
so why wouldn't there be I don't know if you disagree with this, right? But I don't know why coaching can't also be, it doesn't need to be therapy. It can just kind of like be this like external, other separate thing where it's just people kind of like talking to each other.
Yeah, and I think it is. I think that there's a there's a line between coaching and therapy of certain things that a coach won't get into with you, and certain things that coaching is not designed to treat or to help. So I'm not totally against the idea of coaching. I mean, I was a personal trainer for a long time, and that certainly had some similar things. You're having conversations with the purpose of helping the person with their health, and like in some way that does cross over into mental health. Um, but when it's a licensed doctor doing it with people who are, when semi-diagnosing people, or people are talking about trauma and stuff, that to me that is both therapy and not therapy, and that's the whole problem, is that it's blurry.
Yeah, I agree that it's blurry. And like the thing is, like I also agree that, you know, it's like I guess the ethics there aren't defined, right? Like
I
you
th-
kind of have put, yeah,
I'd say they
so go ahead.
are. Also, the stories you just told, if you're saying that you expressed suicidal feelings to a therapist and they just bounced, like you're not allowed to do that either. So you might want to report those people.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
and that's not like normal. So I would say if you still want a therapist, you might want to keep looking.
Oh no, so like I've been to many different therapists, right? So like that story I kind of told you,
Yeah.
what's kind of strange is that it's actually happened to me several times. And at that point, I don't share like if I talk to a therapist now, I don't say like, "Oh yeah, you know the thing is like even that therapist I talked to where I kind of told you that story, I wasn't like full blown like I'm gonna go like kill myself. It was just kind of like, I'm not feeling too great. Like I do feel kind of like suicidal, and they're just like, oh, that's a red flag. Like get this guy out. And I've
Well,
noticed that like with
I
like
think
yeah
you should find somebody who you can talk to about that, and who
yeah
is not
you're
going
right.
is not going to bail.
I agree. So like I've had to that initially when that happened, it kind of like put me off from therapy in general. So then I've
Yeah.
had to move on, and I've seen many different therapists at this point because I find therapy helpful. So like, but I would say like maybe I would say maybe I've seen like maybe 8 different therapists, and like maybe 3 of those therapists were people that I kind of like tried to say like in moments where it's like I'm not feeling too great. I'm feeling like I would like feel suicidal, and then there's like to expand on it, just because we're talking about this, they would ask questions like, "How would you kill yourself? How would you do it? What would you do it?" And then they kind of like take markers like that. And for me, it would be like, "Oh, maybe I would like use a gun, right?" And then I've had one therapist where it's just like, "Oh, you wouldn't use poison? You wouldn't poison yourself?" So it's like comments like that, and I would just say like there are lots of these like pretty bad therapists,
Yeah.
and so like I guess when I the point I'm trying to make is. Um, I think the other caller also kind of said like you kind of have these things like behind a curtain, right? Like these are like things where me going to a therapist without seeing Dr. K, for example, it's like,
Hmm.
what am I supposed to get from therapy? Because I'm going to these therapists, I'm telling them I'm gonna like I feel suicidal, and they're just like, all right, get out of my office,
Right.
and it's just like, okay,
The
yeah,
privacy afforded to the patient or confidentiality also allows the practitioner to do things that are unethical and get away with them more likely because nobody sees it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And I would say, like watching Dr. K initially, I would say like the things I kind of saw with the whole spiritual sort of thing, I don't
Hmm.
identify with that too much. So like whenever I kind of
Yeah.
watch that, I think much more scientifically, logically, and I also think like most of the like psychology, like we all function in a specific way. So whenever I kind of like watch him, a lot of his content is kind of like into that. And for me personally, I just kind of say like, okay, I don't really need to engage with that, but I would say that a lot of the other things that he talks about, it makes sense. I actually resonate with it. I relate to it. So I kind of like am trying to get to a point here, which is that you kind of talk about like why does he need to stream? Why does he need to be on Twitch? Why does he need to do these things? And I
Hmm.
just like whenever I think of this, I think of like the past where it was kind of like uh, it's changed now. It's like you watch a bunch of hot tub streams and stuff like that. It's like, what is Twitch? But like back in the day, it's like, you'd watch like Dota pros. And I think that Dr. K actually talks about games in that sense, where he was like a gamer. He talks about like Dota, he talks about like World of Warcraft and stuff like that. I don't know if
Hmm.
that matters too much, but it's much more of like a pro scene, So whenever you'd watch Twitch streamers back then, you'd be watching like pro gamers. Like if I'm watching a Twitch streamer and they have a bunch of viewers and stuff, these guys are like playing at the highest level. They're playing like hardcore. And I think of like whenever I watch Dr. K, I think of like, wow, this is I know you might disagree with this, but for me personally, I think whenever I watch it, it's like, wow, I'm watching Dr. K at the highest level of therapy,
Yeah,
right?
I see what
Like,
you're saying. Like he's a pro.
yeah, exactly. I'm watching a pro, and I'm watching a pro like engage in therapy, and I can see like this is what I want from therapy. And if I go to therapy, this is what I want. This is what I want to kind of like engage in. But it's difficult because I would say like I kind of see the angle you're taking, and it's like this is the part where I kind of like disagree with you, or like not that I disagree with you, but I think your method of kind of like doing this is like a brigading method, right? Like I've seen you kind of like change your stance a little bit about this. And initially, whenever I've kind of taken to a liking to you. Like it took me a while to kind of like start to like what you kind of like have to share because especially your YouTube video, I think presents this a much better way than when you share it on your Twitch stream, because I think on your Twitch stream it's much more brigadey, and it's like, oh, this guy's like attacking Dr. K, like we gotta like defend him. I don't really care too much, you know. For me personally, it's like I get a lot out of it, and I would like, and like it's awesome that I get to share this with you and like get to talk about it, because you know, if I would say, like, if I felt like there was a more like negative outcome coming out of what he's doing, then I would have probably been like, yeah, Dr. K sucks. But I don't know. Like,
For
there are a
48
few
weeks
things
is
that
a long time.
it is a long time. I could talk a lot about that too, because I do have a lot of experience if you want to talk about that stuff. But
I think we
yeah.
should wrap up soon. So if you have like a final thing you want to say, I would like to hear it. But I don't want to get too personal or too into, especially like, you know, you divulging stuff about coaching or healthy gamer. Like I think we should steer clear of that. But I want to know
Okay.
if you have a final thought you want to leave us with. I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of wish we didn't wrap up, because I think that there's like a few things that I could actually like talk about with you. I'd really like to.
I know,
But it's
but
all
I've
cool with
got
that.
the stream
Yeah.
is just it's going on
Yeah,
and
it's
on,
been going
and
on for a while.
there's more people too. Yeah. So, final thought.
So okay, let me think.
Pick your favorite of your thoughts as your final thought.
Okay. Well, as my final thought, you know, I would say like the approach that you're taking is very brigadey, and I think that going through like the proper way to do this is to take the legal approach, which is kind of what you've been doing. You know, you submit it to the ethics board, and you you bring up the prosecution, like you're doing the evidence, and you
Yeah.
actually like prepare a battle, like an attack, because I think that the approach that you're taking will get you into legal trouble and like get you you know, people, all the callers say that you'll get into legal trouble, but like, you know, you're gonna fight this battle through bureaucracy, not
Mhm.
through YouTube comments, Twitch comments, and like these sorts of things. These sorts of things will build up your credibility, or like build up the brigading
Public
attack,
perception. Yeah.
the public perception, but it won't get you your goal. Yeah, I think the way to get to your goal is to go through the actual like legal process. So that's the final thought I'd leave you with.
Okay. I don't want to. I do want to change public perception about Dr. K. I don't want a brigade, and I don't want harassment or anything like that. So I know it's a fine line to walk, and maybe you think I'm not doing a great job of it, and I will, you know, as I said to the other caller, I will think about that and try to make sure I proceed in the most ethical way that I can.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you like good luck and everything, because I think that what you're saying is actually, I think it needs addressing. But yeah,
All right.
it's all cool.
Well,
Yeah, thanks for talking to me, man.
Yeah, you're welcome. Take care of yourself, and I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thanks. See you.
See ya. Almost past my bedtime. Okay, baby. Call Destiny. He's really crying right now. It's an emergency. Is he still playing League? Baby, I'm ready for the next one. But I am curious. Oh, he's not even streaming. I don't even know if he streamed today.
Hello?
Hello?
You hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, I had a bunch of questions, but it's 5 a.m. for me, so I think I kind of gave up on them. I'm just gonna read a manifesto that I crafted, if that's all right.
You want to read your manifesto? Yes, that's all right.
Okay, thank you. And can I swear?
You can swear. No slurs or anything. No,
Yes,
no,
of course. Yes.
no breaking Twitch TOS.
Yep. Okay, I got you. Okay. In my opinion, everything that you say about everything that has to do with philosophy is 100% dead wrong on every level. So you gave an example earlier with one of the first scholars that doctor saving 10,000 children then has a right to be able to kill one because the utility that he provides is overall beneficial. That's incorrect. Under utilitarianism, actors are wrong, actions are wrong. So there is no speedrunning being a good person and at the same time burning down an orphanage by donating $10 billion to charity. Our interesting question is it good? Is it a good action to kill a single child in order to save lives of 10,000 children? And you can argue against it if you're not a big fan of utilitarianism, but also picture this. What if we as a society had to kill a child in order to save all of the rest of humanity? You can argue that no, it's an innocent child, or everyone loses their lives, but we don't have to lose our morals. You would be doing it at the expense of something fucking ridiculous. So my point is, utilitarianism is not rotten to the core. Rather, it has to be used in moderation, just like every other philosophical system. Because if we had a singular overarching philosophical system, we wouldn't have a need for 20 of them. So for everyone in chat that was saying a greater good or a net positive, you should probably consider reconsidering. And for you, Max, ethics is what the board of ethics is for. They have to weigh all of these competing trains of thought in order to determine the extent to which a violation of a code of ethics should be punished. Okay, that's it. If you have any, do you have any issues with what I'm saying?
It implies that the ethical violations themselves are somehow doing good.
No.
Okay.
It implies that.
Well, in your analogy of killing one child to save 10,000,
yes,
it implies that there is a connection where killing the child is necessary to save the 10,000. In the example of Dr. K, he is committing ethics violations and breaking rules that have nothing to do with whatever good he might be doing. He is separately doing harm to people. And the analogy you would need to make is killing one child and separately from that, saving the rest of the children in the village. Should the murder of that one child be prosecuted? Or do we give the person a pass because they've done so much good?
No, I got a better solution for this. So I would say that it is actually connected because the ethical violations that you seemingly say are not connected are connected because the usage of these ethical violations have allowed Dr. K to reach a wide audience. Now you might say that that's fucked up, and
no, I don't.
Right.
I don't agree with that premise. I think that, and according to our resident physician, according to our resident physician here, he could have submitted this to a research board and gotten the project approved. I think he could have reached a very wide audience. In fact, his ethical breaches are what is likely going to derail the whole show and prevent him from reaching a larger audience. If he had done this as a research project and gotten it approved by an ethics board, who knows how many people he could have reached, and there would have been even more net good.
Okay.
Now
the question is.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
The question is, what if he wasn't approved by an ethics board? Then he be ethically.
We don't. You don't.
I
don't think that's relevant. I don't think it. I don't think you can say, well, what if doing the right thing would have shut him down? We have no idea that it would have. They probably would have worked with him and found an ethical way to do it. Instead, he is making I don't agree that it allows him to reach a wider audience. There's especially 5 sessions in, he's telling Reckful, I don't know if I want to be your patient or your friend. There is no reason to have that conversation the way he did. It's just destructive. It's not allowing him to broaden his audience. Taking the $3,000 donation from one of his patients is not allowing him to reach a broader audience. He's just lining his pockets while he hurts people. And so I don't think they're connected. I think he is breaking these rules just to break them, but for other reasons, not to do good.
So how can you explain the uptick in viewership that he had after inviting Reckful onto his show, if they're not connected?
I don't agree with the premise that broadening his audience is an inherent good if what the audience is watching is him traumatize and emotionally torment people so they will cry for money.
Yeah, but do you agree about the matter of fact that him inviting Reckful allowed him to reach a wider audience?
That is true. But
Yes,
I believe there was an ethical way to approach that, and he did not do that.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so now I would like to employ a on the Mr. Girl tactic of can you empathize with me, like someone who got a lot of help from Dr. K, and I don't think I'm just like hypnotized, and I wouldn't have found him probably if he wasn't a big streamer, and he wouldn't probably be a big streamer if it wasn't for him inviting Reckful onto his show. Can you see?
Yes.
So from your perspective, like, he's wrong, and I understand that. But can you see that from my perspective, it's a lot more blurry?
Yeah, I'm sure it's. I understand that to watch me try to bring the hammer down on an act that probably also indirectly enabled you to be helped by him is probably causes a lot of ambivalence, and
I'm already like helped. It's not like I care at this point really. Okay, that sounded kind of cold, but like the point is that I want you to understand that Dr. K's fans aren't just like hypnotized dolls that Dr. K manipulated into like following his orders, that they are like people who got help from him and now just feel like you would be stopping more people from getting help from him as a result of your crusade.
Yeah, so talking about Kool-Aid and brainwashing is dismissive. You're right.
Yes. Okay.
I am saying those things out of anger at Dr. K, and it is not meant to be dismissive of his fans or people he's helped, but I can see that has that effect, and I will I'll try to find a better way to express that.
Okay. Then I don't think there's anything more to talk about. If you have any questions, you can feel free.
I don't think I have questions, but I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, sure. Okay, take care.
You too.
Okay.
Someone said in the chat, I'm getting the Star Trek quote, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Or the one. That's Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. But at the end of Star Trek III, after they save Spock, after he's lost his he's been brought back to life and like his memory is wiped, and Kirk comes and saves him with the crew, and a few of them die. And Spock says, why would you do this? Why would you sacrifice these people to save me? And Kirk says, because the needs of the one outweigh the needs of the many. All right, baby. Next. What is it with Rick's? Isn't it weird that the ethics section on the Healthy Gamer website seems to be added in late January? I assume that's not a coincidence. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Barely. Hold on. Let me see if I can turn you up. Keep talking.
Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test.
You're pretty quiet.
All right, let me try and boost the microphone a little
There's
bit.
only so much I can do.
Let's see. How is it now?
Better. Yeah, that's good. Now
All
we're
right.
good. Okay.
Do I need to be?
No,
Do I need
that's
to boost it a little bit more, or?
No, I got you.
All right. Yeah. Let me get my notes here.
Okay.
Well, I guess I would start with like a very short introduction, lay out my biases, I guess. I'm a fan of both Dr. K and you. Dr. K has helped me personally a lot with like his streams. I purchased his guide. I can't find a proper therapist, so I'm also kind of, I would say, sorry, nerves are getting to me.
Take your time. You want me to prattle on for a bit?
I'm a little desperate for a good therapist, especially
Okay.
one that's like Dr. K, because my personal experiences with therapists have been terrible, generally. Yeah, and I only consume Dr. K's YouTube content, so I'm not really familiar with his streams.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like this to be a little bit of a back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah, I had some I had a few video criticisms. I feel like that the lack of timestamps in the segments makes the editing seem a little bit more negative or disingenuous than it is.
So like the Yvonne, like it makes it seem like he's rapid fire asking questions when they were more spaced out.
Maybe I felt with that part it was like pretty clear that it's like spaced out, but
Okay.
yeah, I think like some people might be able to see that it's not that it's like sorry, the other way around. I think some people
Not be able to see. Yeah.
Yeah, they will not be able to see it.
Yeah.
Another thing that I was kind of missing in the video was you have your questions for the therapist. I think you released them in a tweet longer, if I remember correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would have liked to see those in the video where you actually like ask the actual question, because sometimes it was a little bit unclear to me, like, okay, what is the question that is asked to the therapist and what are they really talking about?
Yeah, I can see that. If it's just for more transparency, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see my notes. I feel like that the editing, at least to some people feel like that Dr. K is kind of like smiling whenever like emotional catharsis moment happens. And I think it's not so much that he is like happy that like, oh, well, this is where the money rolls in or whatever, right? This is like the point for donations. I feel more I think more that he is happy that he's like getting somewhere to like that emotional catharsis point in the conversation.
Yeah, but he smiles at the chat specifically, though. Do we agree on that?
In some cases, yeah, he might.
Like, there's a specific facial expression where he smiles and looks off to the side at the same time. That comes up a lot. That's my perspective. I guess my point is that it doesn't even if it's a smile because of the catharsis, I don't know that that's for the benefit of the patient. It feels a bit like he's happy that he's showing this to the audience, and because they're going to like it or because he thinks he's doing a good job. But it doesn't. The smile doesn't feel like part of any kind of intimate connection with the person he's talking to.
I guess I would agree with that. I do think that he has an issue with like keeping his own emotions under control, like with the whole telling Rekful that he was going to stay with him for like the next 2 years. I think that's like his biggest fuck up, and I do think that he really needs to take responsibility for that, and I do think that he hasn't appropriately taken responsibility for that.
Okay.
Let's see. I also don't think that he purposely makes the people cry, because like that's also something that was like a little bit implied in the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in one video on YouTube, he says that he recognizes that incentive, right, to like make people cry and whatever for like donations or whatever, but he says that he is specifically out to not do that.
But we agree. So I guess my pushback would be he has introduced a dynamic into the therapy session, which in a normal therapy session would never be there, where he is rewarded for making the person melt down. And whether he's letting that affect him or not, the pressure on him to kind of tear somebody apart so they will, spill their guts, there is a incentive for him to do that, whether he's giving into it or not.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely there, but I am inclined to believe Dr. K that he is more or less immune to that incentive.
Okay, so yeah, we would definitely disagree there, but continue.
Yeah, I think this is a thing that I think you mentioned this on Twitter as well, where people already like criticized the video for the end with like the zooming in on like his blood is in your hands or whatever, or
then the Oscar goes
like those,
to
yeah, that one. I feel that it could perhaps have been edited in like a little bit different way so that you got the point across better, that you just wanted to show like that there is like some dissent. It felt a little bit overly dramatic.
Okay.
Yeah, and throughout this the stream, I think you may have changed your mind a little bit, because like yesterday's stream you were saying that it's like not exactly clear whether if it's therapy, but I think that like to a normal person it definitely is. It kind of like if it quacks like a duck,
Well, I would say there's parts of the streams where he's clearly not doing therapy also, where he just switches to like a more chatty or teacher mode, or he'll even take out like his whiteboard and start writing stuff when like clearly that's no longer therapy. So I think he kind of weaves in and out of the therapist role. But when he's in it, I would say he's definitely, those are therapy conversations.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but I think like in the context of an interview, I would say it is still therapy. Outside of an interview, I would be inclined to agree more with you. But yeah. And I think the whole issues that like you laid out with like doing therapy on stream and whatever, I think he recognizes it, and despite of like what Miss Crudy says, where it's like about the numbers or whatever.
Mhm.
I think that's more them trying to get like to stay legally in the clear.
Yes. She doesn't want to acknowledge that because it implies that they know they've done something wrong, but it does seem
Yeah,
to me like they're
and
trying to back away to a safer position.
yeah, I
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah,
Okay.
I think that they like definitely like do skirt the rules or like outright break them. So I do think that like yeah, he definitely broke them, but because I am like biased, right? Because it helped me
Yeah.
and because I have like a hard time finding like a proper therapist or whatever, it's just something that yeah, I really want to see him succeed. That's what I would want to say. I want to see him succeed and not get punished, but that makes it like I would say almost painful to agree with you because yeah, you're right in many things, in many cases.
Yeah, I'm sure it is painful.
Um, yeah, and like one thing that I think I saw it on your Twitter as well, but apparently like he keeps saying that he is like a Harvard psychiatrist and whatever, and like you
Mhm.
see like his clickbait thumbnails, which is also something that I really dislike about like his content is like all the clickbait where sometimes the title doesn't even match the video content and there's
Mhm.
like this big red arrow it's like psychologist, psychiatrist, and it's like
Yeah.
doctor, and it just feels like since you're like an actual psychiatrist that supposedly graduated from Harvard, shouldn't you be above like this clickbait bullshit?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's wearing multiple hats, and when he puts his streamer hat on, that's when most of the trouble seems to happen. And it seems like if he had stuck to a, while the last caller made a point where like you might not have heard of him if he had done everything right, um, you wouldn't have these kind of other ethical problems, you know.
hmm. I don't know if I agree with that. But
Okay.
one thing that I'm kind of curious about because like one of my criticisms of him is like trying to mix the Ayurveda shit with science,
Yeah.
and you didn't mention that at all, and like you also didn't show it in your video. Does that like mean that you don't really mind that part, or
The Ayurveda stuff, it's not against the rules. Like the kind of bedrock medical ethics and therapy rules that he's breaking, I don't think the Ayurveda stuff um, matters as much. So I bothers
mm,
me, but um, I'm more focused on like I don't think he should get his license revoked for that. I think maybe like, hey, you need to be clear when you're talking about religious shit, or maybe you need to not talk about religious shit or whatever. But I don't think that's, to me, that's not like take the man's license away. Whereas the blurry relationships and the conflicts of interest, I think he should lose his license for those. So I was just sticking to like one thing I don't like about the slush video is that the video he made like 6 months ago is he seems to mix like really serious ethical issues with pretty minor stuff, and I think that really weakens the argument. It's like in the Rittenhouse trial when the prosecutor was like, "And didn't you played Call of Duty as well?" And it's like, what? Like he's on trial for murder. Like it doesn't really matter if he played Call of Duty. Whereas, so to me, Ayurveda is more of the Call of Duty kind of level stuff that is not that important to me.
right, and the slush video that was like the guy that also ended up talking with Destiny and
Yeah.
contacted Byron's family. Okay,
Yes.
yeah, just so that I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
One thing that I also had hoped to see a little bit in the video, because it was also another criticism of mine, is Dr. K wants to do a bunch of studies, and they're not double blinds. The N count is like extremely low. He's like, yeah, we take like 200 people, and I think that he doesn't really understand statistics that well, or he tries to like dumb them down for stream.
Yeah, I don't know if he's doing that on purpose. I noticed that too, where he'll cite studies that are really weak or not even tell you what the study is, and yeah, if you're going to say something like 50% of people with BPD will be cured if blah blah blah, like you need to bust out the statistics on that to really show that that's a reasonable claim to make, and he often does not.
Yeah, but what I also mean is like, I don't exactly remember which video this was, but at some point he said like there's like a 75% for something, and then he says like, well, if I take a room with 100 people, 75 of you, but that's not really how statistics work. It's kind of
No.
like counterintuitive, but
Right, yeah, it like, you know, it could be only 40 of them. That doesn't mean that the 75% number is wrong. Yeah.
yeah.
It's yeah, on average 75 is what he should have said. But yeah, I see, I agree with you. He cuts corners there. I mean, he presents his exit surveys on his coaching services as research, or like it's presented as research on his website, which is you know, not peer reviewed and like super weak and tons of flaws. But I think I agree. He plays a little fast and loose with the research stuff. Yeah. But again,
Yeah,
that's just so much less serious than the other stuff I'm talking about that I wasn't going to get into it. I might if I make a video about Healthy Gamer, I might get into more of that stuff, but you know, for now.
Yeah. It's more that he mentions on stream that he is like wanting to do like some serious clinical trial and get like a paper published and whatever, and I'm like, but you could publish a paper with an N count of 200, but you
It doesn't
generally
fucking
shouldn't
mean anything.
because
Yeah.
And yeah, like one thing that I would also would have wanted to see a little bit, maybe are you still gonna do that in video with like your own opinions about the whole thing? Because I know you wanted
I
to
might.
do like
I
two
filmed
videos
myself
initially.
reacting to all of the Recful sessions, so I might edit that together into something, and I might I might do more of an essay video. I'm not sure. I kind of want to just. I mean, part of this stream is about like gauging the response and like what if anything I need to say to add to this. I'm not sure. So I'm not sure where I'm at with that, but I'm thinking about it.
Right. I think the final thing that I have is perhaps maybe this could have been in the video itself, is his Discord and his fans, also like including me. We can have a little bit of a cult-like mentality.
Yeah.
And ironically, he has like 3 or 4 videos on his YouTube about like escaping cults and whatever. And
I
just thought that was like very ironic. Like there's like one guy that like came on twice.
Okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
who I was gonna say the boundaryless kind of soupy nature of Healthy Gamer, where we really stuck out to me on the website. They advertise that group coaching is good for people who might want to become coaches themselves, and that is super strange to me.
To be honest, I haven't seen that on the website.
Yeah, but just the idea that like it's this revolving, like, oh, who cares what role you're in? You know, you're just giving us money, you're making us money, whatever. You're a client, you're a coach. That felt very culty to me.
I would agree with that, and I would just think it feels a little bit weird that like, I have like these mental problems, and then like after I don't know how many coaching sessions you get, like 8 weeks or something, and then after these 8 weeks you're like, well, I'm fixed and now I'm gonna help other people. It seems a little weird.
Yeah. That doesn't make any sense, and feels very, very culty. Okay. I think we should wrap this up. Is there any final point you want to make?
Yeah, actually.
Okay.
because I mentioned earlier that the interviews they helped me, but
Yeah.
I like them, right? But I always had like this weird feeling. I wouldn't really say it's like about the ethical part of it, but more like you're going on stream. There's like, I don't know, 5 to 10,000 people watching live, and there's like, I don't know, almost 1 million YouTube subscribers at this point that
Yeah.
might watch the video, and you're like telling all these like extremely personal things, like people tell about like abuse, sexual abuse, with like the whole rape thing and whatever, and it's
Yeah.
like it feels borderline insane to me to like disclose that to all these people on Twitch and whatever. Doesn't matter how many hearts they spam or whatever. It just I'm a very private person generally, so yeah, it feels absolutely insane to me that you would go and do that. And I think
Yeah, it's risky. And
yeah,
I'm
and I
like
think
that.
also
Yeah,
from
that's
a
what.
moral standpoint, when I think
Yeah.
about it,
Yeah.
it's like how desperate do you have to be to get like mental help to then subject yourself to that?
Right. I think that's part of what makes it kind of inherently ethical or inherently unethical is that it feels exploitative of people who are really desperate.
Yeah, like at some point I've also thought like, well, I'm really desperate. Maybe I should go on stream, right? But then I just don't want to.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I,
that was
I
it. Thanks for having me on.
thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you for your thoughts and your time.
Yeah,
And
thank you as well.
take care of yourself.
I will. Thanks.
You're welcome. My headphones are dying. Shaylin, if you're watching this, would you mind, there's a 6-second delay, so I understand. Would you mind bringing me my horseshoe headphones from, I think they're near the, they might be on the bed, or near the bed, or maybe they're on the washing machine. Do you mind? I hear you walking around. Oh, earphones? Horseshoe earbuds? Are you going to punch her when she knocks on your door? Yeah, she's not allowed to knock on my door. How are we going to do this? This is a one-time... Okay, great. This is a one-time pass where, Shaylin, you're allowed to just come into my office. You don't have to knock on the door. No. Shaylin appearance? No, no, no. She doesn't go on stream. Oh, great. It's an ad break. Perfect. Let me know when the ad break's over. And then I think this is our last one coming up. I think. Oh yeah, she's already here. No, Shaylin is protected from you guys. She's not allowed to come on the stream. Yeah. Get these puppies going. Okay. Nice. Okay, and now I gotta device. Yeah. 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 Almost there. Fuck yeah. Okay, I think I'm all set. We'll just see how it goes. Okay, baby, I'm ready for the last one. Oh yeah, these are my laundry headphones that I use when I'm doing laundry.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Is my sound good?
Yeah, but I only hear you in one ear. Is that because of me or
that,
you? Guys, is he do you hear that? Does it sound like it's only in the left side, or is that just because of my headphones or something? I wonder if my headphones are broken. Oh, sorry, talk again?
Hello, hello.
Oh, it should be okay for you because it's mono. Okay, yeah, whatever. I think we're good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll start off with saying I'm very neutral on this. I think I agree with you, but I just want to understand your thought process further. I'm probably not going to push too hard, so this will be more of an interview that will help me and hopefully other people to understand your perspective better.
Okay.
So I got some questions. Okay, so if I were to start streaming and giving advice to people on how to improve their lives, and I would call myself a life coach or something, while the stream is going on, obviously, would you consider that unethical?
You're saying you're going to give people life advice.
Yes, but it could be also like considered therapy. Like, for instance, yesterday, my friend and his girlfriend broke up, and I ended up talking to her for an hour, his girlfriend, and tried to I almost felt like a therapist in that point of yesterday. So if I were to do that on stream with other people, would that be unethical? And it could be like anything, almost like Dr. K, almost. But I'm not licensed, of course.
No, because you're not licensed. You could do no. I mean, I have an advice stream, but I have my own ethical problems with getting really into people's like trauma and stuff on my advice show, and I wouldn't do that, and I try to steer clear of anything that would be like going into therapy territory, but I don't think there's any rule against it. I don't because there's no licensing board to report me to. So as long as I don't call it therapy or say I'm a therapist, because I'm not, no, I can have personal conversations, interview people about their feelings, whatever. There's no ethical issue there, and there's no legal issue. No.
Okay.
I would say personally, I find it a little unethical to kind of like do therapy with people if you're not a therapist in a non-therapy session. I've definitely like sort of done it in some situations, and I think I probably shouldn't have. And I mean, I've even done it in some videos, and I maybe shouldn't have. But yeah, but it's not. I wouldn't like go after you. No.
Yeah, because when I was talking to my friend's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend yesterday and tried to help them understand or help her understand him and the situation better and help her grow, I did feel a little bit uncomfortable with myself because I do realize that if I give the wrong advice, right, and she now totally would hate him, even though that was not my intention at all, if that were to happen and because he got ADHD and have issues, so if he were to commit suicide or do something drastic or injure himself, or she would do something like that, I would feel responsible for that. So I do find it to be, I don't know if it's unethical, but at least it's tasteless for me, at least, like my values.
Okay,
so
but that's tasteless. Sometimes we do things that are tasteless, like I've done things that are tasteless and gross, and maybe you have too. But that's different from taking an oath and saying, yes, you can give me the label of therapist, and in exchange, I will conduct myself according to these rules that are designed to protect the vulnerable from the authority that I now wield.
Yeah.
And and so like that's where things get just like I would say immoral and extremely unethical, because when someone says they're a doctor, it means something.
Yeah, because they get the extra respect.
Yeah, and you listen to them. If a doctor says to you, "Hey, I think you might have BPD. I'm not sure. You might be borderline. I don't know." That's a conversation you're going to remember for the rest of your life. If somebody if a waiter says that to you, you might be like, "Oh, that was weird," but like, nah, who the fuck do they know? It's very different.
Yeah, I agree. So, so yeah, like, so my follow-up question, like, I asked if it would be unethical. You said no. So my follow-up question would be, um, should I be able to do it on Twitch? Do you think that I should be able to just be a streamer and give like serious advice to people's life on Twitch, or do you think Twitch should make any actions against that when it comes to very serious topics?
I don't. I think you should be able to do it on Twitch. I think that Twitch should step in if people seem like they are in imminent danger to themselves. So I think once people start talking about self-harm in a kind of immediate, serious way and seem like destabilized, I think that the ethical thing to do is probably to shut that down and then have somebody reach out to them and get them the help that they need. I don't I to me that's like getting to the point of like somebody like bleeding, you know, like they're cut and they're bleeding and they're not fixing it on Twitch. Like, I don't know. If I were in charge of Twitch, I probably would cut that off at a certain point where it's where we're getting close to watching somebody like fall off of some kind of psychological cliff. But other than that, no, I think you should be able to have conversations about people's feelings, and if you've convinced them that you can help them, then you're going to play therapist as long as you don't say you're a therapist, and you're not licensed, then, you know, no, I think that's okay. I think you should be careful.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because like when when I had that conversation with her, I felt really scared of the possible outcomes of that, and I feel like I agree with what you're saying, because there's obviously like an arbitrary line of, because like Destiny gives advice, for instance, and he's pretty good and he's helpful, but he's not like doing it in a therapeutic way. But
No.
I feel like this is can go to like a limit where the only difference that someone is trained and knows better and can hide, and so like I could then hide behind the cape of not knowing better, even though like as I mentioned like yesterday with the
I don't think that's fair to yourself. If somebody wants professional advice, professional mental health care, they know if they're talking to Destiny that Destiny's just like a guy. He's an insightful guy, but he's a guy. When it comes to mental health care, he's just a guy, and you know that. He's just some guy. If you want professional mental health care, then you go to somebody with a doctor before their name, or a licensed therapist or a licensed social worker or whatever it is, who you know has been vetted and part of what those letters mean is that they are held to ethical standards, and you know that you're not going to get taken advantage of. Even if you don't exactly know the rules and you don't know how you could be taken advantage of, it's important to know that that resource is kind of like unpolluted for people who want to go access it.
Yeah. So let's follow up with the questions.
Okay.
Do you think that the ends justify the means?
In general?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
No, not really. I think there's times where they do, but I don't think that's a way that we can look at medical ethics. And again, I keep saying this over and over, but Dr. K breaking these rules did not help anybody. So I don't agree that that's even really relevant. But
yeah, like my question, like it's I'm just like asking very open-ended questions here, because if like, so my follow-up question is like, if no, I agree with you, but will you give me your explanation of why?
Well, with something more subtle like this, it's hard to draw a through line of causality. To like, you could have a traumatic experience that you didn't realize was traumatic and develop PTSD years later and like implode and have it ruin your life. And like the person who traumatized you might not have ever even connect it to that. So like, I think when it comes to psychological harm, we have to be really strictly focused on the rules rather than trying to say like, well, like then things like don't sleep with your patients, have clear boundaries, blah, blah, blah. In a general sense, I think there are times where the ends do justify the means, but overall, I think that having a code is very important to me. me in particular, because the kind of mental gymnastics and self-justification that you can get into is very tricky and dangerous. And I think that if I'm going to talk about the super like scary, like inappropriate or almost like unacceptable things that I like to talk about and the ways I like to talk about them, if I'm going to push those kinds of boundaries, I think I need to adhere very carefully to a moral and ethical code when I do that. And if people get the sense that I'm like, I'll just talk myself into doing whatever because it's fine, the ends justify the means, I just think that's a really dangerous road to go down.
I agree with that. I've heard you say when people, correct me if I'm mistaken, but you said like it was a net negative what Dr. K have done for other people.
Yeah, I don't like the dramatic fast forward version of therapy that he espouses. I don't think it's real. I don't think people are really being helped. I think it's like a drug. Just makes people feel better, and after an hour, and it's like that's not what therapy's like. And I think that's a disservice to the it's like telling people like those belts that like people like when I was a personal trainer, my clients would always ask about whatever the latest fitness fad was. They'd be like, "Oh, should I go do keto?" Right? Because when you switch to like a low carb diet, you'll lose 20 pounds of water weight like immediately if you're fat. And it looks like, "Oh shit, why don't I just do this? This is helping me." But that's water weight. You're not really losing fat, but it appears like you are, and so it can kind of spread. Fad diets like that can kind of spread through communities like a wave, and somebody profits from it. And then I would always be like the bearer of bad news of like, well, you probably won't be able to last that long doing that. Let's count calories and just do this the old-fashioned way, the boring way. The boring way is the right way here, and I know you're seduced by or some device where they're like an infrared sauna is going to make me lose 500 calories in an hour, and it's like you just have to do it the boring way. And I feel like in a way he's kind of doing a disservice to psychology and therapy and psychiatry by showing the fun way that appears to work really fast, but I don't think it's responsible.
Yeah. So when I asked you about if the ends justify the means, my question, if you were to answer yes to that, which I didn't think you would do, but because of the net, you say it's a net negative. I just want to ask you sort of like this arbitrary line question where, like, if he did help people, right, with just let's say depression or anxiety, that he actually helped them with that, like, how many people could he like help out of depression, do you think, where like one death would be acceptable? Or do you think that as a professional like therapist that should never really happen regardless?
Never. When I said the needs of the one outweigh the needs of the many, I was thinking of Reckful.
Yeah. That was actually a pretty good segue for my next. I'm pretty much done with the main questions I had, and I just want to move on to someone mentioned how you may cause hate towards Dr. K, and I would just want to like hopefully help you feel a little bit better about that, because I only think this would be like true if people actually agree that he is the reasoning for Reckful's death, because let's say Michael Jackson's doctor, right? If he was like the cause for Michael Jackson's death, then obviously like it would make sense if Michael Jackson fans were to hate or dislike this person now.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't agree with Reckful's death being on his shoulders, they may just not respect him as a therapist and respect your views more. And you call him a hack. So like that's not necessarily hate. It's just like they move away. But I just think it's if you feel like bad about that, just make sure that you're rhetorically effective and careful about the critique. So there were a lot of Wreckful fans.
But
If if they now,
I do think he bears some responsibility.
yeah.
And
As a
I don't
therapist, I
want
don't really know.
like I don't want to say that I don't think that just to protect him from fan hate. I want fans to learn how to hold somebody accountable for something without being unethical yourself. Like even if you think that he's somewhat responsible for Reckful's death to any degree, as I do, that doesn't mean that we have to hate him.
Yeah, I agree. Like you shouldn't hate him, but I do understand if people were to dislike him.
But I'm not gonna come out and say he bears no responsibility and absolutely should not be held responsible. I think that Slush shouldn't have said that. I think that we need to have a nuanced view of this and say he's somewhat culpable, and he should be held accountable for that. And yeah.
So, if someone were to be a Wreckful fan and they were to witness you and see and actually agree with you, because I think you make sound points, and they now hate or dislike Dr. K strongly, do you have any messages for people who would feel that way?
Dr. K was only allowed to get away with what he's doing publicly and for as long as he has because the general public does not understand medical or therapy ethics, and the people on the medical board do not understand modern technology. And in the middle of a pandemic, the fact that the people sitting on the Board of Registration of Medicine in Massachusetts still don't really know what Twitch is, and can't really conceive of something like that, is their fault. That is a huge failure, and this gap that Dr. K has illuminated by flourishing, and illuminated for me when I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I look around and everybody else just seems to be fine with it, and even like smart people like Destiny seem like, well, it's not that bad. It just to me it seems like, oh, there's just a lack of the general public doesn't seem to I don't know, understand or agree with me or whatever. I mean, I also know Destiny has like a very specifically utilitarian way of viewing things, but it just blew my mind that other people are not like horrified by what's happening. And to me, that is a failure of the field and a failure of the experts. And even, I mean, I had to ask like 50 people before I found people who were willing to come out. And I'm like, hey, this is a public health issue. Like, it's a public health crisis in a way, where you've got this guy with, almost 1 million followers saying, he's got them all saying like, yeah, but what about the net good, whatever. And it's like, no, you can't. That's terrible for the field. It's terrible for public trust and public mental health care and safety. There's so many problems here that Dr. K, he did identify that knowledge gap, but then he kind of exploited it and flourished in it. And that's not his fault. I mean, it's his fault he did that, but the conditions that allowed him to do that should never have existed in the first place. Somebody should have caught this long before it got to that point and shut it down. I mean, how does Twitch has a partnership with his company? Like, it's like everybody's just fucking asleep at the wheel. And so, yeah, if you hate Dr. K for whatever role he played in Wreckful Suicide, like there were a lot of other things that had to fail to allow that to happen, and all we can do now is try to educate people. I called the Board of Registration in Medicine today, and I said, because I realized the scope of my complaint that I filed was pretty limited, so I was like, I wanted to check, like, are you guys like I sent them like a link to like all of the whole. I was like, there's 150 videos on here, and like you can look through all of them. He's probably breaking the rules in every single one. I called them and I was like, is there a way I can amend my complaint and or sort of talk to somebody and like walk them through this, because I'm worried they don't understand. And somebody answered somebody in the enforcement division she was probably sounded like she was older than 50. Said, well, they're not going to watch a video.
Okay, that's kind of disturbing.
And I said, okay, so how can I? What can I do here? And she said, well, if you have more material, you can mail it in, write it down and mail it in. And I said, okay, so there's no way I can. I said, I've made a documentary, like kind of outlining all of this. Is there like an email? And she was like, no, there's no email address. There's nowhere you can send a link. And I said, okay, so they are unwilling to watch a video. I said, I know this is an unusual case because most of the time medical malpractice does not happen on video. Usually a physician-patient relationship is private, but in this case, it's all on video. So like, why don't, and she said, you can mail us a thumb drive. And I said, okay, what format should the video be in? And she said, JPEG. And I said, JPEG is an image file format. And she said, Adobe. And I said, Adobe is a company. And she said, look, just like irritated, very snippy, just send it in, send in whatever you need to send in. And if we hit a snag, we'll let you know. And I said, okay, there's no one I can talk to about how to format this so that it's accessible to you. Like I'm trying to figure out the best way to deliver this information to you. So I seriously just mail you a thumb drive? She said, we have an IT department. They'll figure it out. And I said, great. Can I talk to them? And she said, no. They'll call you.
Okay, hopefully it'll actually call you.
I hope so too. So then I was like, oh, okay, I get, because something Crudy said in her latest Q&A, which I have not tweeted out yet, but I've seen screenshots of it, or I have screenshots of it, is she said, oh, we need to just show them some DMs, some private DMs, and it'll clear our name. And I was like, well, no, wait a second. What are they asking? If all they're asking you about is Recful, or one part of Recful, the part I wrote down, clearly they have not watched any of this stuff. So I'm like, okay, I need to send now I see I need to send a comprehensive package with quotes, timestamps. I need to spend all weekend making a fucking gigantic report of everything you've ever done wrong, because they're not going to look through it. They're not willing to watch a video. They're going to go through this one paragraph and clear you, even though I said there's 150 other instances of this. So I'm glad they reached out and that they're investigating. I'm a little disturbed at the limited scope of the investigation. So it just feels like I need to fucking do it for them. And I'm going to, but like, yeah, it's pretty horrifying. So all that's to say, the stage was set for something like this to happen. It's awful that it happened to Recful, and but if the ethics board is unwilling to watch a video or doesn't know how to watch a video, I mean, shit's gonna fall through the cracks, and that is the fault of the professionals. And it does not all fall squarely on Dr. K. Dr. K fucked up, but there's a lot of other things that had to go wrong here to allow him to fuck up as badly as he did.
Okay. So I'm pretty much done with the main questions. I got a few more. So one of them is, if I want to find a therapist to talk to, what do you think I should ask myself or the therapist to hopefully find the ideal therapist faster? Is there anything you would recommend?
No, I've tried to stay away from anything approaching, referring people, or giving specific advice about that. The only thing I say is tell your therapist what you think of them. If you have a problem with your therapist, tell the therapist. That will speed things up a lot, because either they'll fix it or they won't. But I see people a lot, they have a therapist they don't like and will complain about their therapist to their friends, and it's like, that you're missing the whole point. The whole point is that you're paying this person to fucking sit there and take your shit. So like, you just tell them. Yeah, but that's it.
Okay. Can I ask you some final personal questions that are kind of off topic?
Maybe.
Okay, so just you can answer this as short as you want. Which emotion drives you? Because like if you seem very stoic almost.
I think I'm not very stoic. Privately, I would say I'm I just feel careful about how I present myself.
So would you say that like happiness is what usually like motivates or drives you?
I don't. No, I wouldn't say that.
Would you want to say which emotion it is?
I don't know if there's one that drives me the most, but it's not. I know I can tell you, we can scratch happiness off the list.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Like, because personally for me, I feel like anger is what drives me to not want to be angry, and I just want to be comfortable. Even though I find it hard to be happy, I'll just, yeah. Um, so next question: can you quickly recap the reasoning behind your name?
It's my PlayStation handle, and
You just had it for a long time?
I've had it for a long time, and I I can't be put in a box. I think that's what it's about, Mr. Girl. Always full of surprises.
Okay. Are you happy?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Sometimes.
That sucks to hear. Well, I hope you'll be happier more often. Those are pretty much all my questions. I'm very thankful for having your time.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate
You'll
it.
probably see me again. Good night, dude.
All right, good night. Special thanks to Baby for sticking it out. That was a lot longer than that was 5 hours. So I don't know what he was anticipating, but that was probably longer, and we maybe should have talked about that beforehand. But I appreciate that. See him in your walls. Yeah, it sounds like a vague threat, but I've taken it to be a nice see you again. Do you have time to watch your video on stream? I don't think so. Have you thought about streaming full time? I mean, no. I'm a YouTuber at the end of the day. I need to make my YouTube videos, and if I do this 5 hours a day, there's no fucking way that's gonna happen. I think I'm gonna stick to 2 or 3 streams a week. How many showers do you need to take tonight? Oh yeah, we gotta check on Josh at some point. See how clean he is. Does it bother you that psychiatrists who might actually be able to AoE heal are disincentivized due to the ethical and legal risks? No, they're not. I don't think they're disincentivized. Again, there is a clear path for innovation and research, and someone like Dr. K would have been perfectly suited to do that. I think I don't agree. I think psychiatrists should be disincentivized to do shit that breaks the rules and without researching it. I'm all about research, safety, statistics, peer reviews, shit like that. And he's going rogue, and I know that doesn't bother me. That should be leaving only the unqualified, unethical personalities to take on that role. Yeah, like me, I'm unqualified, and I can ask people to talk about their feelings on Twitch. I can do my advice show, and if I was a doctor, I couldn't. But like, then don't go to med school. Like, I don't think we need celebrity doctors. Basically, be a celebrity or be a doctor, and Dr. K wants it both ways, and Are you going to include Dr. K's depression anxiety course programs in your Healthy Gamer video? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Are you happy with how this stream went? I think so. I got a little more combative with some people than I meant to, but not that bad. badly. So, I guess. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna read. Thoughts on asking Parasite? Whoa! Thank you, Mr. 12-year-old Android girl. I appreciate the gifts. What do you make of Destiny's silence toward the situation? I think anyone who has followed him for a long time knows he is never silent about anything. I think it's very telling. I think he probably wants to be really clear on what he thinks before, if he's going to say anything, probably before he speaks. I think he also knows that his community is kind of like has pretty loaded feelings about me and about Dr. K, and that he could seriously damage either of our reputations, depending on what he says, like pretty easily. And I also know that like he is friendly with Dr. K, friendly with me, and was friends with Reckful. So like he's got, I mean, it's very loaded, I'm sure, with all of that. And then yeah, he's got like kind of a ton of sway with how this whole thing is going to be perceived. So I don't know. I'm not going to try to read his mind, but those are all so probably factors. Yeah. He was playing offline for 12 hours yesterday. I know. I've been enjoying the League memes and subreddit. It's pretty funny. If Destiny really keeps playing League, I might have to ask him to teach me to play offline sometime, you know. Maybe I'll start playing League. Okay, I'm going to check the donations. We have one donation. And it is... Oh, I got one yesterday too. Okay, this donation is from... This donation is from High Crudies for $5. Watching your earlier stream with Chud and your Twitter so far, how does it not drive you up the wall that so many people kept saying Dr. K's deeds were net positive and therefore okay in response to your ethics concerns? This is the only defense anyone mounts. It does drive me up a wall, especially because inherent in the defense is that he is doing harm and doing wrong and immoral. It's like, well, yeah, but what about the others? It just feels like whataboutism dressed up as a philosophical stance. Do you think you are getting your point across as much as you wanted to? I don't know. Stay away from League. You don't understand. Don't you dare fucking play League. Ex-League addict, clean for 3 years. Get Destiny to play Pokemon Unite. Yeah, League sounds scary. Sounds dangerous. Sounds like the kind of game you have to play for like 1,000 hours just to begin to understand what's like how to play. I'll stick to Smash and The Last of Us for now. Daddy's Little Horse has given me $5. Hey, Dad. It's been a while. I'm glad to see that the siege is going well. Can't wait to watch you usurp the healthy gamer throne. You truly are a net good. I vow to defend you and the healthy horse order with my life. Be well, my king. Well, I don't know if that was worth $5, but I appreciate it. Well, I guess that's it. I'll read a couple more. I would really recommend looking into the difference between rule utilitarianism and utilitarianism, because people saying Dr. K is fine because he's a net good seem brain dead. I don't think they're brain dead. I just think they really like Dr. K. All right. I appreciate you. Dr. Girl is a net good. Dr. Girl is a net god. All right. Well, I guess that means the stream is over. I appreciate. This is getting a bit weird. You stay positive. You fucking said it. All right. I appreciate you. You all attending. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for watching. And yeah. Don't let this establish a new precedent of long streams. Oh, I won't. I won't at all. I can't really handle the long streams. Not too many of them. Once in a while. Be good to your Auntie Stardust.